Chapter 642. I don't know why, but I've felt very tired these past few days. I've wanted to sleep every day. Is this the legendary autumn sleepiness? If everyone thinks this chapter is passable, throw in 2 monthly votes and praise it. I still want to keep up with the large group of monthly votes. Many thanks, many thanks. After the wheelchair entered the manor of the master of the city, the street outside remained absolutely silent. Although the people of Dongi straightened their bodies from under the eaves, no one left. No one discussed. They only looked fearfully and uneasily in the direction of the manor of the master of the city. Countless gazes were focused in that direction. They didn't know what was happening inside or why the sword saint had come alone to the manor of the master of the city. It was to kill. Regardless of whether Sigurd, the great grandmaster, decided to tie Dongi to someone's carriage or step onto someone's road before he died, whether it was north or south, it was all his decision. All of Dongi, including the surrounding vassal states that had submitted, had to follow his will. Although this great grandmaster was about to leave, he still would not allow anyone in his domain to secretly have disloyal thoughts and collude with the disciples of the hut. Before he made his own decision, they would arrogantly make a decision for him, deciding the direction of Dongi and the life and death of countless people in the city. This was within the scope of a god's work. No mortal could interfere, not even the eldest disciple of the sword hut or the manor of the master of the city who maintained daily order in Dongi. The master of the city was the last distant relative Sigurd could find in a remote and desolate place after he had massacred his clan. Those who went against him would die without a doubt. This was the so-called will of a grandmaster. This did not need to be emphasized. It was just a natural bottom-line principle. It was only for Fan Xian to see it more clearly that Sigurd had brought him here. After the little emperor stepped into the manor of the master of the city, her face became very pale. It was as if she was about to become transparent. There was a sense of loss and shock that could not be erased in her eyes. She knew what Sigurd wanted to do. Other than Yunjilan, Northern Qi's greatest support in Dongi was the people in the manor of the master of the city. The little emperor had been hoping that these two powers could help her convince Sigurd and have Dongi leave the Qin kingdom's control. If Sigurd was going to wash the manor in blood, it showed his attitude. The little emperor felt slightly dizzy. Tightly biting her lower lip, she stood silently behind the wheelchair. Fan Xian glanced at her calmly. Seeing the paleness of her face, his heart jumped slightly. He reached out and patted her shoulder to express his comfort. This was not the consolation of a victor to a loser. It was just that his heart had been pierced by the sword intent of the expert in the wheelchair, causing his eyes to blink uncontrollably. After Sigurd entered the manor, the emotion in his eyes gradually became indifferent. There wasn't even a glimmer of coldness. Several people knelt down at the stone steps of the second gate of the city lord's mansion and welcomed the arrival of the sword saint in fear and trepidation. They lowered their heads and kowtowed. With this kowtow, their heads were like fruits ripening in autumn. Breaking their branches, they fell and rolled on the ground. There was an extremely smooth cut on their necks, as if they had been cut by an unparalleled sharp sword. Sigurd in the wheelchair, did not have a sword in his hand. The little emperor stared at the rolling heads on the ground. Her face grew paler and paler. Even her tightly pressed lips became whiter. Fan Xian's hand tightened slightly as he held on to the wheelchair. The veins on it were faintly visible. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He knew Sigurd had come to kill and teach him how to kill. He had not thought that this great grandmaster would only need to think for a few lives to cease to exist in this world. The heads rolled to the side, drawing out a streak of blood. They crashed into the moss in the corner of the wall and stopped. Fan Xian's lips were a little dry. He unconsciously wanted to stop Sigurd following actions. He tightened his hand, intending to stop the wheelchair at the bottom of the stone steps. If the manor of the master of the city was massacred, it would make the agreement between the Qing kingdom and Dongyi without any power to oppose it. Even the disciples of the Sword Hut who did not agree with Sigurd will would, because of the blood, once again experience the ruthlessness and power of their sword saint teacher. Fan Xian still did not want to use such a method. He was not a sentimental and pedantic person. However, he thought that the manor of the master of the city would never be a major obstacle. As long as Sigurd nodded, there were many ways to resolve the problem here. He had not thought that Sigurd would use the simplest and crudest method to resolve it. At some point, the wheelchair had already climbed up the stone steps and was moving toward the depths of the manor. Fan Xian and the little emperor's hands were still on the wheelchair. Their hands trembled more and more. Their faces grew paler and paler. They saw more and more blood and more corpses on either side of the wheelchair. Someone finally summoned the courage to pull out a knife. The knife broke in two. Someone screamed and flew away, their waist broken in two. Even more people looked with terrified eyes at the killing god in the wheelchair. Their legs trembled. They could not move at all. They thought of the legend from many years ago. On that night, the great Grand Master in the wheelchair held a sword and entered the manor of the master of the city. The next day, not a single living person could be found in the manor. After many years, Sigurd entered the manor again. This time, he did not have a sword in his hand. The entire manor was still sadly enveloped by a thick stench of blood. Fan Xian's face grew paler and paler. The tyrannical Jinqi in his body had been raised to the limit. The moment it left his body, it was crushed into threads by the killing aura that filled the world outside. It broke into pieces and dissipated in an instant. It was impossible to gather the qi. The little emperor's body trembled. She was unable to move at all. She had to place her hand on the wheelchair to barely stabilize her body. Even though she was a powerful female emperor, looking at the countless heads and broken corpses flying through the air, it was still difficult for her to resist the onslaught of this bloody killing aura. Blood flew. Blood continued to fly. Blood continued to fly. Sigurd face was even paler than these two young men's faces. It was a completely illogical white. It was as if all the blood in his body had flowed to some place and then dispersed into a sword qi that pierced the heavens and slaughtered the earth, and a murderous aura that could destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. It was being released freely. Fan Xian and the little emperor's bodies seemed to have left the control of their minds. They followed this life-taking wheelchair with great passivity as they walked through the manor. The powerful aura emanating from Sigurd body completely controlled all the minute movements around them. The little emperor was powerless to resist, so her reaction was slightly weaker. Fan Xian forcefully focused his mind, wanting to resist this cold murderous intent that made him feel very uncomfortable and even disgusting. It was as if he was being hammered endlessly by a heavy hammer, shaking his heart and soul with each blow. A thread of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. A helpless sorrow flashed through his eyes. He lowered his eyelids slightly, no longer looking at everything that was happening in the manor. He gave up on the thought of stopping Sigurd from killing. He didn't have this power. He also didn't want to take pity on the innocent servants in the manor and anger a great grandmaster who had already sunk into a crazed state and sink himself into endless danger. His eyelids were slightly lowered. He didn't look, but that didn't mean he didn't know, particularly since this was the last lesson Sigurd was giving him. Fan Xian had already relaxed his mind and was no longer fighting head-on against the sword intent that filled the manor. Thus, he could more and more clearly sense any slight change in aura present. He had a deeper understanding of the aura emanating from the great grandmaster's body in the wheelchair. This aura caused him to frown because he detested this aura. Not only did this aura reek of blood, but it was also devoid of emotions. There was only indifference, a kind of indifference that came from looking down on others. It was an indifference that came from looking down on all living things. It was as if in front of Sigurd Jien's eyes and thoughts, there was nothing in the world worthy of being treasured. Everyone could be treated like pigs or dogs. However, Fan Xian didn't understand. This great grandmaster clearly had great affection for Dongyi. Immediately after, Fan Xian sensed the other realm that the aura represented. It was willpower. Sigurd Jian's willpower had already controlled everything around the wheelchair. It was valiant, decisive, and unyielding. All morals, standards, the benevolence of heaven and earth, and the thoughts of the young man behind him became bubbles and floated away in all directions in front of this powerful and absolute willpower. Fan Xian abruptly raised his head. With one hand, he supported the little emperor, who was already tottering under this pressure. His eyes quietly followed Sigurd Jien's gaze and looked into the manor. He experienced this realm, but he unconsciously feared it. There were no great grandmasters in the world. The reason the four strange creatures were able to break through the limits of humans and move freely between heaven and earth was because of their own understanding of heaven and earth. Their own experiences created the four great grandmasters completely different paths of breakthrough. The Qing Emperor had broken into the realm of a great grandmaster. It was clear that he had taken a very practical path. A cripple with all the meridians in his body shattered had reached a realm of joy. Without the limits of meridians, the power in his body had increased without limit. Using the most difficult method, he had broken through the limits that heaven had created for the human body. Without question, this was the most valiant method. No matter what, Fan Xian did not dare to learn it. He had no way to learn it. Sigurd Jien's path was different. Since his youth, there had been too much gloom, too much suppression, and too much impulse to kill. Finally, after one night of massacring his entire clan, he had condensed a powerful state of mind from the stench of blood. In the instant he had severed his emotions and nature, he had finally comprehended a will that would not be moved by external things. Using killing and coldness, he began to look coldly at the line in the sky and easily tear it apart. On the last stone step in the manor of the master of the city stood a row of people. The master of Dongyi wore a magnificent clan uniform. His face was deathly pale. He stood in a line with the people closest to him, waiting for the arrival of the Sword Saint. He had gathered his most powerful strength here, but he also knew that it was impossible to stop a great grandmaster from killing people. Fan Xian's hand was on the back of the wheelchair. He did not notice the silence on the stone steps. The wretched cries gradually stopped. He had only sunk into a dazed state. He had finally experienced Sigurd Jien's great grandmaster realm. He discovered that the method to search for this realm was perhaps something he would never be able to do. Every blade of grass, stone, flower, and tree in the world had its own reason for surviving. Each person was unique. If one wanted to break through the realm and touch the great grandmaster realm, they would probably have to find a method that truly belonged to them. In the wheelchair, Sigurd Jien suddenly began to cough. He coughed until his small body bounced on the wheelchair. He coughed until Fan Xian's hand, which was holding the wheelchair, began to tremble again. The row of aces from the manor of the master of the city on the stone steps saw this scene. They turned into black shadows that filled the sky and split into 7 directions. Like eagles swooping to kill, they leapt toward the wheelchair. The coughing seemed to be an opportunity and a secret signal. The aces from the manor of the master of the city did not hesitate and attacked explosively. However, there was no joy in their hearts. The people of Dongyi, including the aces who practiced swordsmanship by the seaside, were all used to the undefeatable Sword Saint. After decades of divine light, no one had the extravagant hope that they could become the person who killed a god. However, they still had to carry out the final attack. After all, the sword saint had coughed. Perhaps it was an opportunity. Perhaps it was not. Since they were going to die under the hands of a great grandmaster should be a kind of glory. Before the shadows arrived, a gust of wind had already hit them in the face. The aces from the manor of the master of the city did not target the two young people behind the wheelchair. They had long seen that these two young people had already sunk into a mental predicament that they could not extricate themselves from. Fan Xian had a feeling that if he was faced with these aces' most heroic attack before death, he would probably have no way to counterattack. Sigurd was still curled up in the wheelchair coughing. His remaining hand covered his mouth. There was no sword by his side. Therefore, he waved his hand, and a sword on the ground moved. It moved extremely quickly, like a bolt of lightning, and arrived in his steady palm. Sigurd swung his sword. The power of the sword was not perfect. It was like 7 green mountain peaks suddenly tearing off the outer bark of the tree to reveal the strange, craggy, and thorn-like rocks underneath. It was as if they were going to pierce 7 large holes in the sky. Faced with the last 7 aces from the manor of the master of the city, Sigurd casually stabbed out with his sword. With a valiant, indifferent, and bloodthirsty willpower, he stabbed out 4 times in 7 different directions. This was already a strike that surpassed the secular world. It contained an aura that focused only on the front and not on the back. Hidden behind the aura was a supreme willpower that transcended the aura. It was free because of its coldness and indifference because of its bloodthirst. The 4 swords stabbed into 7 people. The 7 aces collapsed to the ground without a sound. Sigurd waved his sleeve. The common steel sword in his hand left his hand and pierced straight into the chest of the master of Dongyi. After Sigurd entered the manor in a wheelchair, the master of Dongyi did not make a single argument or sigh. He only calmly watched the scene in front of him and waited for death to come. He knew that since his distant uncle had personally come out of the hut, then only death awaited him. Toward a crazy great grandmaster, a bloodthirsty sword saint, and a heartless monster who had slaughtered his entire clan, the master of the city had no emotion. The master of the city coughed up blood. Feeling his life leave him, he began to cry. In the moment before his death, perhaps there was too much dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart, just like the resentment the Qing emperor had felt many years ago. There should not have been these great grandmasters in this world. There was too much logic in this world. Fan Xian had watched Sigurd attack seriously. This was the first time Sigurd had truly attacked since entering the manor. He had a sword in his hand. His gaze was very sharp. He had captured the method and trajectory of the last 4 swords. Thus, his heart was incomparably shocked. This was the true Sigurd sword. Like a bird in the sky, like a fish in the water, between one movement and one stillness, there was no warning at all. He only attacked based on his heart. It was not just a valiant act of looking ahead and not caring about the back, looking left and not caring about the right. The 4 swords were elegant and cold to the extreme. One glance could topple a city, the second glance could topple a country, and the third glance troubled the plans of the world. It made a hero cry. Pulling out his sword, Sigurd heart was at a loss. He did not see the ancients before or after. He watched the long passage of heaven and earth and cried alone. In Suzhou, Yi Luyun had once split half a building with one strike. Fan Xian had thought that the pinnacle of sword skill in the world was nothing more than this. Seeing Sigurd attack, only now did he know that the most powerful symbol of a killing weapon like the sword was the connection between the sword and the heart. There was no faster method of expression in the world than the heart. Where the heart was, the tip of the sword was. To be able to cultivate a sword technique that defied the common sense of heaven and earth and should not exist in this world, even the person controlling the sword would feel a glimmer of awe. Even the person controlling the sword probably didn't know how he was able to use such a sword technique. After one strike, the swordsman held the blood-dripping sword in his hand and looked around at the boundless wilderness with a sense of loss. The true meaning of the Sigu sword, in the end, was still a sense of loss. Fan Xian's hand continued to hold the little emperor's arm, but he couldn't stop it from trembling. To be able to comprehend such a sword technique, what a fortunate or painful thing it was. On an unknown tree by the master of the city's manor, a crow that had been curled up and peeping for half a day finally could no longer withstand the will that filled heaven and earth. With a caw, it flew away. Sigu Jian's eyes were cold. He coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was terrifyingly pale. His small and thin body was completely curled up in the wheelchair. Of the two young people behind him, one was at a loss and the other was stern. Beside them were pools of blood and corpses. Fan Xian lowered his head. A strange thought surged in his heart. He seemed to be able to sense that the great grandmaster in the wheelchair had reached the end of his life. In the end, he had still pulled out his sword. Although these 4 strikes were beautiful and cruel, compared to 3 years ago on Dong Mountain, when Sigu Jian had killed 100 tiger guards with 1 strike, the Sigu Jian now was clearly much weaker. The body of the master of Dongyi slowly knelt down in front of the wheelchair. It was as if he was expressing his final submission. Fan Xian abruptly raised his head and watched in shock as a black-clothed man appeared in front of the 3 of them as the master of the city's body fell. Chapter 643. The black-clothed man was the shadow. Of course, he was the shadow. He and Fan Xian quietly entered Dongyi. After arranging everything with the subordinates of the Overwatch Council, they disappeared. When Fan Xian charged into the sword hut, he was not there. Fan Xian knew what the head of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council would do once he saw Sigu Jian. Suddenly, the shadow appeared in the manor behind the body of the master of the city. Sigu Jian had massacred the manor again. No one knew how many people he had killed. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, as long as his physical body existed, there would always be a shadow under the sunlight. The shadow was hidden in these shadows. To be able to hide from a great grandmaster's perception, suddenly appear in front of the 3 of them, and capture Sigu Jian's weakest moment, the shadow was the most powerful assassin in the world. Without question, the cultivation of the shadow, the most powerful assassin in the world, had risen to the pinnacle of his life. Sigu Jian coughed up blood on the wheelchair. His entire body trembled. His body shrunk slightly, and his face was pale. Killing 7 people with 1 strike made the great grandmaster, who had forcefully dragged it on for nearly 3 years after being heavily injured, feel a glimmer of fatigue. What consumed the most of his energy was Fan Xian's hands, which were imbued with tyrannical zhenqi, on the back of the wheelchair. From the moment he stepped into the manor, Fan Xian's intentions were in opposition to Sigu Jian's. Sigu Jian forcefully released his power and forcefully suppressed the will in Fan Xian's heart. However, Fan Xian was, after all, a 9th-level ace. Other than killing people, Sigu Jian still had to focus his thoughts on him and control his mind. It took too much time, so he couldn't help but feel a bit weak. Most importantly, it was the injury he had received on Dong Mountain 3 years ago. Yi Liuyan's claw had stretched out like a dragon in the clouds, and the Qing Emperor's earth-shattering way of the Emperor's killing fist had heavily injured Sigu Jian, a great grandmaster, to the point that he was on the verge of death. The shadow had chosen this moment to strike. He had chosen the most decisive moment. In his hand was an ancient sword that was as cold as autumn water. In an instant, the light of the sword lit up the entire manor. In the next moment, the stone steps seemed to become as sparkling and translucent as jade. The shadow's toes stepped on these jade-like stone steps. With each step, he seemed to become a little brighter. Occasionally, a few green leaves would fly up at this time, accompanying the autumn wind and rain's sword in his hand, adding a bit of sternness. Kill. The ancient sword in the shadow's hand pierced towards Sigurd-Jien's chest. This strike was extremely simple. There were no changes, no accumulation of power, and not even the slightest tremble. In the process of the high-speed thrust, the bright sword body was calm like autumn water, stabbing forward smoothly. It was just a bend of the elbow, a flat wrist, and a thrust. It was the simplest sword move in the world. Because it was simple, it was focused and powerful. The shadow did not need to accumulate power, because he had been waiting for this sword for more than 20 years. He had been accumulating power for more than 20 years. It was too fast. When Qingqing's leaves floated up, she was stunned to find that she had fallen behind the black-clothed man. It was so fast that the air in the manor didn't even have time to change after the ancient sword sliced through its body. It let out a whistling wind. Because it was fast, the surrounding environment didn't have time to change. The courtyard was still silent. The only thing that changed was the position of the shadow, the tip of his feet stepping on the jade steps, the light on his body, and the brightest sword at the front of the light. The tip of the sword was only a foot away from Sigurd-Jien's chest. A thunderous strike. In such a short amount of time, Fan Xian only had time to narrow his eyes a little. He recognized the sword in the shadow's hand. When he had tried to assassinate the emperor in the Hanging Temple, the shadow had held this sword in his hand. Fan Xian even felt a sense of familiarity with the shadow's thunderous strike. Outside the Hanging Temple, under the tall building and against the golden chrysanthemums that covered the mountains and plains, the shadow had once jumped out of the sun in a white robe and pierced straight toward the emperor's face. That day, the shadow had been dressed in white like an immortal from the heavens. He had shone brilliantly. With the plain ancient sword in his hand, he had floated down. Now, the shadow was dressed in black and still held that plain ancient sword. The light on his body still shone wantonly, but it carried a coldness that came from the deepest depths of the earth. It was like a resentful spirit that had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and wanted to use this sword to release all of its resentment. Fan Xian's hand continued to hold the little emperor's waist. His pupils constricted slightly, but his body didn't have time to move. His heart was filled with shock. Stepping on the stone steps and crossing the green leaf, how unstoppable was this sword strike? How fast was it? It was so fast that even he couldn't react to it at all. It had even faintly broken through the limits of time. The shadow was the most powerful assassin in the world. He was the closest protector of the Overwatch Council's first and last masters in the night. After he escaped Dongyi, he had always been immersed in darkness and had never walked under the sun. Even when he was assassinating the emperor in the Hanging Temple, that seemingly brilliant strike actually contained care and caution. If the strike didn't hit, he would immediately retreat. And today's shadow was completely different from the shadow of the past. His entire being seemed to be immersed in darkness and negative emotions, but this sword strike was extremely open and aboveboard. His decades of cultivation were all condensed into this sword strike, and he didn't leave himself any path of retreat, He only wanted to advance. With boundless courage and determination, he chose to advance. He only wanted to send this sword into Sigurd-Jien's chest. At this moment, the shadow was no longer an assassin. He was a swordsman, a vengeful swordsman, a swordsman worthy of respect and admiration. The thunderous strike was softer than the wind, more traceless, and faster. It was more dazzling and shocking than lightning. This was the most powerful strike the shadow could demonstrate. Regardless of whether it was Fan Xian, Hai Tang, or anyone else, sitting in a wheelchair and suddenly facing this strike, they would probably not be able to escape. This was the first strike the shadow had truly struck out in 20 years. It was a strike that had been tempered countless times with the river of time, resentment, and netherworld emotions. In the final moment the tip of the sword broke through the air, it faintly reached another level. Just like what Sigurd Yen had taught Fan Xian earlier, it could only be like this when one's heart was connected. Nothing was faster than a person's heart. No one's heart was more determined, darker, and brighter than the shadows. The darkness was in hatred and complicated emotions. The brightness was in a determination to disregard everything. The muscles all over Fan Xian's body tightened. The tyrannical Jinqi in his body circulated quickly. As soon as his heart reacted, he was going to take the little emperor and escape this place. In front of such a strike, he had no time to react. Sigurd Yen could do it. Although he was already at the end of his life, had been heavily injured for 3 years, and had slaughtered the manor of the master of the city and used up a great deal of his energy, he was still a great grandmaster who could not be judged by common sense. However, Sigurd Yen's expression was not the same as it had ever been. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were extremely bright. The right half of his face that had been shattered was like an ugly and terrifying god, emitting an awe-inspiring might. Even a great grandmaster would not underestimate such a strike. However, it was difficult for a great grandmaster to move. He only had one hand left. It seemed that the only thing he could move was this hand. Thus, Sigurd Yen moved. Raising his left arm, he spread out his index and middle fingers 4 inches in front of his chest and pressed them together. He used 2 fingers to clamp down on the thunderous strike. His face became even paler. His eyes became even brighter, and his expression became even more solemn. The strike between his 2 fingers was still advancing. Ah! The shadow was like Sigurd Yen's shadow. Sticking closely to the wheelchair, he let out a wild cry. Like he was crazy, crying, complaining, happy, and angry, he stepped on the path of escape 20 years ago. Holding the pain of his entire clan dying, his parents dying with him, he ruthlessly stabbed down. With a pop, the ancient sword, as cold as autumn water, rubbed against Sigurd Yen's protruding knuckles and made a squeaking sound. It carried a heart-palpitating charred smell as it forcefully broke through Sigurd Yen's finger sword and pierced into Sigurd Yen's chest. The tip of the sword only entered 2 inches into the great grandmaster's body before it could move no further. Sigurd Yen's eyes were already extremely bright. They were like 2 stars giving off light as they landed on the shadow's equally pale face. His fingers were like 2 large mountains holding the shadow's thunderous strike between the mountain rocks, unable to advance another inch. There was a moment of pause. The pale-faced Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt. Grabbing the waist of the little emperor beside him, he flew up diagonally like a large bird. Breaking away from the back of the wheelchair, he sliced through the air and floated toward the tree beside the manor. If he had remained behind the wheelchair, perhaps he would only be injured. The little emperor would certainly die from having her meridian severed under Sigurd Yen and the shadow's double attack. Floating toward the tree, Fan Xian forcefully turned his head in the air with a pale face. He then saw a scene that he would never forget. Sigurd Yen's face was very pale. The shadow's face was also very pale. These 2 brothers had not seen each other since that rainy night in Dongyi. Now, they were tightly pressed together. Their cold faces reflected each other. It was not interesting. It only chilled one's heart. Their bodies were very close to each other. There was only a sword between them. On Sigurd Yen's chest, the tip of the sword brought out a spray of fresh blood as it stubbornly tried to burrow in. It was like this great grandmaster did not feel anything at all. He only looked at the shadow with his bright and somewhat terrifying old eyes. The 2 fingers of his left hand held the sword steadily and terrifyingly. Thoughts, just a glance. In an instant, the air in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion suddenly changed. It was as if countless wind blades had appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the air and emitting a chi-chi sound. They came from all directions, following a strange trajectory that could not be seen by the naked eye, and slashed towards the center of the city. They sliced toward the shadow's body. The shadow was still wearing the special robes of the Overwatch Council. This kind of clothing was a product the Third Bureau had developed for many years. Under the attack of the sword chi that filled the sky, it could only resist for a moment before it began to break apart weakly. Small holes opened up. The material of the clothing opened up like a baby's mouth. Countless holes appeared on the shadow's body in an instant. Blood began to seep out. Sigurd Jien's true counterattack was not outside his body. Rather, it was inside the shadow's body. That powerful, cold, and bloodthirsty sword intent followed this finger and glance and mercilessly entered the shadow's body, causing his internal organs to tremble at the same time. Fresh blood seeped out of his body and flowed out along his lips. On the shadow's pale face, blood flowed endlessly from his lips. It flowed and did not flow. It was as if there would never be a moment to stop. However, the shadow did not show a glimmer of fear. On the contrary, he smiled. A trace of a bitter smile rose to his pale and ordinary face. His laughter rang through the surroundings of the manor. There was a crazed sobbing in his laughter. Ah! The shadow howled crazily like a wild beast crying in pain. He sent all the jinchi in his body into the sword in his hand. He did not care at all about the pain on his skin. He only cared about the distance between the tip of the sword and Sigurd Jien's heart. A powerful wave of chi exploded between the two of them, shattering the leaves around the wheelchair into threads and turning them into nothing. In the end, the wheelchair was not a person's legs. Following the shadow's complete outburst, the wheelchair quickly retreated faster and faster. The sword between Sigurd Jien's fingers was also moving at a very slow speed toward his body. Sigurd Jien's face grew paler and paler, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The shadow's face also grew paler and paler. Fresh blood flowed from his lips faster and faster. A bloody path appeared on the ground. What Fan Xian saw was this scene. Two pale people, one vomiting blood and the other silent, were carrying out the craziest and calmest killing. His hand involuntarily began to tremble. He didn't like Sigurd Jien. Naturally, he should help the shadow. However, if he wanted to attack, he would have already done so when he was behind Sigurd Jien. Given Sigurd Jien's crippled body, if Fan Xian and the shadow, two powerful warriors, attacked at the same time, there was a chance of success. The shadow would not be as bitter, sorrowful, or painful as he was now. However, Fan Xian still did not attack. He only trembled and coldly watched this scene. This had nothing to do with the agreement between the Qing Kingdom and Dongyi. It had nothing to do with Sigurd Jien's past friendship with his mother, Uncle Wu Zhu, and Sir Fei Jia. He had agreed to create an opportunity for the shadow to take revenge, but he would not participate in the process of the shadow's revenge. Although he didn't know what kind of past stories and secrets were behind the massacre of the master of Dongyi's manor, he respected the shadow. The shadow was a proud swordsman. At least today, he was not facing his elder brother as an assassin. The pride of Dongyi was the eternal fear and pain in the shadow's heart. If Fan Xian attacked now, the shadow would not agree. Fan Xian understood this, so he chose to watch from the side, trembling as he watched. With a clatter, the wheelchair finally retreated to the back of the courtyard. Under the stone steps on the other side, there was no way back. With such a high-speed collision, the wheelchair immediately broke into countless wooden shards. Covered in blood, the madness in the shadow's eyes flared. Finally, he pushed the sword in his hand forward another inch. For this inch of distance, the shadow had paid a great price. Sigurd Jien's lips trembled. He laughed in a strange and raspy voice. Amidst the laughter, he, who had fallen to the bottom of the stone steps, exerted strength in his fingers. The sword stuck in his chest broke with a crack. The shadow did not laugh. The tip of the sword broke in Sigurd-Jien's chest. He still held the broken half of the sword in his hand. It seemed that his momentum did not stop for a moment. The broken half of the sword followed the trembling tip of the sword in Sigurd-Jien's chest and stabbed down again, piercing deeply into Sigurd-Jien's chest. From appearing behind the master of the city's body to stepping down the steps, stabbing into Sigurd-Jien's chest, retreating 30 meters toward the wheelchair, and finally stabbing down with the broken sword, the shadow's glowing thunderous strike was actually only one strike. It did not break. The unbroken sword intent continued to this day. It was the only strike. In this life, the shadow would only have one chance to use such a strike. The broken sword, which was not sharp, pierced into Sigurd-Jien's chest. It was not smooth. On the contrary, there was an astringent feeling. It was as if it was cutting through flesh. It was very painful, very painful. The shadow seemed to be able to feel the other party's pain because he himself was also in pain. His entire body trembled in pain. He lowered his head and silently stabbed and cut. Severing the past from more than 20 years ago. At this moment, the shadow seemed to see many things. He saw that many years ago, that idiotic older brother of his had secretly built a small grass hut on a piece of wasteland on the outskirts of the city. Then, he had proudly said that this place would be the holy land of martial arts in the future. He was still a child and looked disdainfully at the broken-down grass hut. He watched the blind man and woman who occasionally entered the grass hut. One day, the child became interested in the sword. His idiot brother asked seriously, "Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you." Learning the sword was a difficult and dry matter. The two brothers in the grass hut became idiots in everyone's eyes. Everyone said that perhaps the manner of the master of the city had offended the temple for there to be two idiots. No one in the manor paid attention to these two idiots. Perhaps something terrifying had happened at the time, but he didn't know. He was only a child. Then, on that night, everyone died. The person the child hated died, the person he loved died, the cat and dog he raised died, his brothers, sisters, uncles died. Even his parents who loved him so dearly died. Not a single person could survive. Only his entire body trembled as he stood behind the curtains of the mansion. He looked at the bloody sword in his idiotic big brother's hand and the pair of expressionless eyes. He began to feel afraid because he was sure that if he did not leave, this idiotic big brother would definitely kill him. That was perhaps the night Sigurd-Jien truly became a great grandmaster. It was also the night the youngest man in the manor began to flee for his life. From that night onwards, the shadow became a shadow. He could only live in the darkness forever and never saw a glimmer of sunlight again. His chest was filled with anger, hatred, resentment, and fear. He didn't dare sleep at night because each time he did, he always seemed to see that pair of expressionless eyes. Thus, the shadow's face grew paler and paler. He knew that if he couldn't kill that person, he could only spend the rest of his life in darkness. That person had become a sword saint and the master of Dongyi. Each time he heard this news, he felt that he could forever be that blood-covered, trembling, and silent child. Many years later, the sword that had accumulated 20 years of hatred, vengeance, and fear finally pierced into that person's body. This sword pierced through 20 years of time. Carrying incomparably complicated emotions, it finally tasted that person's blood. However, the shadow was not completely free. His entire body continued to tremble because he found that there was still so much blood on his body. Sigurd-Jien was still not dead. Sigurd-Jien's body was also covered in blood. However, it was unknown which was his and which was his brother's. The blood of brothers could often be exchanged, but it shouldn't be exchanged like this. The clothes on the two of them had been torn into countless pieces by the sword chi that crisscrossed the manor. They hung wretchedly on their bodies. Sigurd Jien's eyelids drooped slightly as if he would soon be unable to open them. His small body, like the shadow, began to tremble violently. Sigurd Jien's 2 fingers held the tip of the sword. Like lightning, he pulled it out and sliced toward the shadow's neck. The shadow did not dodge. The fingers of his left hand formed a sword and pierced toward the bloody hole that had appeared after the tip of the sword had been pulled out. A life for a life. It would not end until one of them died. With a muffled slap, the 2 people's bodies separated abruptly. The shadow was like a rock, kicking up a trail of dust. He quickly followed the bloody path back and crashed heavily into the stone steps. Coughing up blood endlessly, he found it difficult to stop breathing. Sigurd Jinji sat on the other side of the stone steps. There was half of the broken sword on his chest. The other half of the sword tip was held between his fingers. He looked coldly at the shadow on the other side of the stone steps. A trickle of blood slowly trickled down from his lips. The courtyard of the master of the city's manor sank into a terrifying silence. Fan Xian and the little emperor stood far away under a tree, watching the scene of brothers killing each other with pale faces. The little emperor didn't know who the black-clothed man was, but she could see that his strength was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last so long with Sigurd Jian. Fan Xian knew that in the end, it was the shadow who had lost. Although Sigurd Jian had reached the end of his rope, a great grandmaster was still a great grandmaster. As long as he still had a breath, he could still proudly stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. Although he was constantly being blown by the mountain wind and was in constant danger of falling into the mundane world, in the end, he still stood firm. However, the shadow should feel proud. Fan Xian's eyes were slightly moist. He also felt proud for him. A 9th-level ace appeared powerful, but to be able to injure a great grandmaster into such a wretched state in a one-on-one duel was truly an exceptional performance. In the last moment, Sigurd Jian had already used his great grandmaster realm and powerful willpower to control the situation. It was clear he could have killed the shadow. Why didn't he do so? Did he feel pity for his own brother? Fan Xian did not believe that this bloodthirsty and murderous great grandmaster would have such a warm feeling. After the scene was silent for a long time, Sigurd Jian suddenly asked in a raspy voice, "If we count it seriously, you should be the first disciple of the Sword Hut." The shadow lay in a pool of blood and didn't reply. He only looked at him emotionlessly and unconsciously. Sigurd Jian coughed endlessly and said, "To be able to use such a strike as you did today, you should be proud." A moment later, the shadow suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Why?" Why had Sigurd Jian's temperament become deranged that year, killing in all directions, slaughtering his own clan, and not even sparing his own father and younger brother? This question had circled around the shadow's heart for many years. Under these circumstances, he finally asked it. Sigurd Jian knew what he was asking, and so did Fan Xian. However, Sigurd Jian did not answer the question. He only coldly said, "Those who stand in my way must die. You have followed us for a day and watched for a day. I had thought that you understood something by using that strike. Unexpectedly, you would still ask such a childish question. Little brother, you truly disappoint me." After these words were said, Fan Xian's heart jumped. Sigurd Jian had long sensed that the shadow had been following him. Sigurd Jian's teachings to him were not only targeted at him. He also hoped that the shadow spying in the dark would be able to sense something from it. The shadow was also silent. His ordinary eyes stared viciously at Sigurd Jian at the foot of the stone steps in the distance like a wild beast. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to debate what he should believe between the tragedy of the past and the words he said today. He only needed to confirm what he believed. Fan Xian followed the shadow's gaze and looked at the terrifying wound on Siga Jian's chest. It was a blur of flesh and blood with a faint green light glowing on it like some kind of poison. Miraculously, it maintained the last signs of life in the organs that should have rotted to death. This was the punch the Qing Emperor had given Siga Jian on Dong Mountain. Siga Jian should have died a long time ago, but he had been able to drag out his life until now. There had to be something hidden, particularly the terrifying wound on his chest. Siga Jian coldly used the last of his clothing to cover the wound on his abdomen. He glanced at the shadow and then at Fan Xian. He said his last words, "A swordsman is a lethal weapon. Only saints can use it." Fan Xian was silent. He immediately understood the meaning of Siga Jian's words. A swordsman was a lethal weapon. Only saints could use it. Saints were originally emotionless. Chapter 644. Yesterday, the situation suddenly changed. The brothers on the leaderboard were all extremely anxious, chasing each other. It was abnormally lively. The one in front was sprinting, the one behind was leaping, and I was stuck in the middle. I was also anxious, 110,000 points of fire burning in my heart. But there was no use in being anxious. I couldn't update fast enough, and I had to lower my head and admit it. Moreover, I really couldn't think of any reason to pull in the monthly votes. I couldn't possibly say that I was sleepy recently and needed everyone's monthly votes to wake me up, right? That was really too shameless. But I really needed everyone to cast their monthly votes. I needed your support. I liked the reward money, and I liked the vanity that came with being ranked. I'll say it very seriously and honestly. If you think that I've ridden well, please cast your monthly votes to me. Thank you very much. Monthly votes were lethal weapons. Only the strong could wield them. I held my long sword and looked around blankly. There was a bamboo hat at my feet. I softly said, "Give me some, give me some." Chapter 645. The original words were, "Soldiers are lethal weapons. Saints have no choice but to use them." I won't use such a merciful meaning, so I changed it to, "Those who are not saints cannot use them." I am satisfied that even if it is a story, it has to be carefully managed. Yesterday, everyone gave me a lot of face and threw a lot of votes. I'm getting closer and closer to Lao Wu on the monthly votes list. I'm still 100 votes away from him. I feel like I can see stars shining. Let's keep chasing. Yahoo, this was a world of natural selection. To poke their heads out from the layers of reeds by the North Sea and to have the right to be first among the pack of wolves on the grasslands, they needed to abandon their so-called weak emotions. Saints were heartless, and the most heartless. Otherwise, it was not possible to transcend. The courtyard of the city lord's residence was quiet. The corpses and pools of blood on the ground had been pushed to the bottom of the courtyard walls by the previous tremors. It was as if they had been swept by the hand of God. The blood had turned into red paint that had been brushed with a few green leaves that had recently fallen. With these green leaves as a boundary, Siga Jian and the Shadow, the two brothers, each sat below 2 stone steps. Heavily injured and speechless, they looked at each other coldly. Suddenly, a concentrated whistling sound came from outside the manor. It was like a dozen catapults had launched an attack on the manor at the same time. The millstone-sized rocks sliced through the air. Siga Jian's expression did not change. The Shadow's expression did not change. Fan Xian was walking toward the Shadow. His expression also did not change. The three of them had all heard clearly that it was not rocks flying through the air. It was people. It looked like the bloody case in the manor had finally startled the aces standing stupidly outside the sword hut. The Northern Qi Emperor had come to Dongyi with Lang Tiao and Friar He, 2 9th-level aces. As for whether or not the Tianyi Dao sect had any hidden aces hiding in the dark to protect them, no one knew. Since the day before, all of the disciples of the sword hut had returned from their respective cultivation places and stood guard in front of the sword hut, silently waiting for their teacher's edict. Adding the two sides together, there were a dozen 9th-level aces. Thinking about it, there were only 2 9th-level aces in the entire Qin kingdom. One couldn't help but feel a glimmer of surprise and envy at Dongyi's uniqueness. With so many aces breaking through the air and arriving, the aura was indeed shocking. The wind blew. Yun Jilan and Lang Tiao led everyone and swept onto the blood-covered ground. The two of them furrowed their brows and unconsciously looked at their feet. They then saw the scene in the manor clearly. At the same time, they found the person they cared about the most. Lang Tiao saw the emperor and found that the emperor seemed to be fine, only his face was slightly pale. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Leading his subordinates, he surrounded the little emperor to ensure his safety. At the same time, he turned a wary gaze toward Fan Xian. On the other side, Yun Jilan saw the heavily injured Siga Jian sitting at the bottom of the stone steps. His expression changed dramatically in shock. He quickly rushed over. Without a word, his knees hit the ground with a bang and he knelt down. This first disciple of the sword hut was unable to hide the strange expression on his face. He didn't care how his teacher would punish him afterward. Since he dared to go against his teacher's intentions and secretly make a deal with the Northern Qi people, his sword heart had long been prepared. Looking at the wretched scene in the manor of the master of the city, the dead master of the city, and the aces in the manor, he knew who had done this. Since his teacher had personally taken action, it showed his attitude. What shocked Yun Jilan was that his teacher had been injured so heavily. All of the disciples of the sword hut knelt by Siga Jian's side. They looked at their teacher's injuries with shock and anger. In these people's hearts, the only people in this world who could compare to their teacher were the great grandmasters. Even though their teacher had been injured for 3 years, the only people who could harm him were the Qing emperor and the missing Yi Luyun. A disciple of the sword hut began to help bandage Siga Jian's injuries with trembling hands. In his heart, his teacher was a godlike figure, particularly when it came to the sword. He was the foremost figure in the world. Now, he had been stabbed twice in the chest. Who had done this? The door to the back of the manor moved slightly. The second disciple of the sword hut walked in, supporting 13th Wang. They saw the scene in front of them and couldn't help but be shocked. 13th Wang, in particular, was still poisoned. Last night, he had forcefully raised his realm and held a willow tree to stop everyone and help Fan Xian enter the sword hut. He was completely exhausted. If it weren't for his second disciple supporting him, he probably wouldn't have made it to the manor in time. Last night, the atmosphere inside the sword hut was harmonious. Outside the sword hut, swords were drawn. Everyone knew that the 13th disciple of the sword hut was Fan Xian's good friend. Fan Xian had taken the Northern Qi Emperor hostage and charged into the sacred and inviolable sword hut. Thus, everyone's enmity was directed at 13th Wang. If it weren't for the second disciple of the sword hut coldly protecting him, Yun Jilan would not have allowed Lang Tiao and the others to attack for the sake of his teacher's dignity. 13th Wang would probably be lying in bed. Of course, the reason 13th Wang was able to maintain his safety under the encirclement of so many aces was because of that leaf and that branch. The sword saint in the sword hut had already expressed his attitude. The disciples of the sword hut who had already leaned toward Yun Jilan's side could only maintain their neutrality. 13th Wang knelt by Siga Jian's side. His lips trembled slightly. He couldn't say anything. After he entered the manor, He hadn't glanced at Fan Xian because his emotions were complicated. All of this had been ordered by his teacher. He had helped Fan Xian enter the sword hut. He had thought that his teacher and Sir Fan Jr. would have a harmonious conversation. He had not thought that his teacher would be so injured. The disciples of the sword hut all knew of the power of the manner of the master of the city and the terrifying power of the sword in their teacher's hand. Naturally, they thought that the person who had injured their teacher was not someone from the manor of the city but someone from the Qin kingdom. It was someone from Fan Xian. Yunjilan was the first to stand. He looked coldly at Fan Xian and the black-clothed man by the stone steps. Gradually, his eyes became icy. His gaze passed over Fan Xian and looked at the black-clothed man. His gaze changed from icy to burning. He knew the black-clothed man. It could even be said that he was very familiar with him. 4 years ago, by the Hangzhou Lake in the Qin Kingdom's Jiangnan, this black-clothed man had risen from the lake and stabbed him with a sword on the side of a small boat. Then, the two of them had carried out a chase and being chased for a number of months in the Jiangnan area. Yunjilan knew the black-clothed man's strength. He had even always thought that, other than his teacher, this black-clothed man's sword technique was the sharpest and most sinister, even sharper than his own. Yunjilan was already a 9th-level ace, so he knew how powerful the black-clothed man was. He didn't need to think too much to know that the only person present who could injure his teacher with a sword was that black-clothed man. He slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist and walked step by step toward the stone steps. The distance between each step was fixed, no more, no less, exactly 2 feet. The sword in his hand was 3 feet. The distance between him and the shadow was 30 feet. The legendary true master of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, Sir Shadow. As Yunjilan walked, he coldly said, "This is the first time I've seen your true face." Yunjilan took 5 steps closer and closer to the stone steps. The sword intent on his body grew thicker and his murderous intent grew stronger. Regardless of what difference this first disciple of the sword hut thought of the future of Dong Yi and his teacher, when foreign enemies attacked and the Qing people dared to injure his teacher, Yunjilan's chest was filled with murderous intent. He had to kill the other party under his sword. If the other party had been in perfect condition, Yunjilan would not have had much confidence. However, he knew that even if the black-clothed man had taken advantage of the situation when his master was not paying attention to kill him and stabbed his master twice, the other party must have paid a great price for this. The disciples of the sword hut were deeply influenced by Sigurd Jian's intentions. They did not care about using strength to bully the weak. Under the large tree, the northern Qi emperor watched this scene with a pale face. She didn't know if the sword hut and the Qin kingdom would come to blows or how Fan Xian would deal with these matters. In her opinion, even if Sigurd Jian wanted to reach an agreement with the Qin kingdom, given this great grandmaster's bloodthirsty nature, he would not allow the black-clothed man, whom Yunjilan called the head of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, to leave alive. Suddenly, the little emperor seemed to think of something. She thought of the words Sigurd Jian had mentioned earlier. Her eyes lit up. A glimmer of red appeared on her pale face. Fan Xian was half kneeling by the shadow's side, helping him tend to the wounds on his body. The countless bloody cuts made by the sword qi were still seeping blood. Fortunately, the Overwatch Council's robes had some effect. The wounds were not deep and did not need any special treatment. Given the shadow's powerful body, he should be able to stop the bleeding. The biggest problem was inside the shadow's body. Fan Xian's palm was placed on his back. Slowly, he sent in a stream of Tianyi Dao's natural Zhenqi. Carefully, he checked the situation inside. His expression grew more and more serious. A moment later, he took out a medicine from his clothes and fed it to the shadow's lips. Then, he pressed his palms tightly together and began to help him heal. The night before, he had treated 13th Wang's wounds. Yesterday, he had fought a desperate battle with Lang Tiao and the others. Last night, he had fought in bed with the little emperor. Fan Xian was exhausted. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, the shadow would probably die from internal bleeding. After the Hanging Temple incident, the shadow had followed Fan Xian for 4 years and never left his side. Although their relationship was that of a superior and subordinate and did not have much to do with the term friend, Fan Xian knew that he could no longer leave this person. This was a feeling of familiarity that came naturally after entrusting one's life to another for a long time. Fan Xian lowered his eyes, but he could still hear Yun Jilan's steady footsteps coming closer and closer. A moment later, he slowly put down his hands and stood. Looking at Yun Jilan, he said, "Do you still want to kill me?" Yun Jilan was silent for a moment. He then said, "Your life and death will be decided by my teacher. However, this person must die." Fan Xian didn't think about anything. He slowly took off the long robe he was wearing, revealing a pure black suit underneath. He then bent down and pulled out his black dagger from his boot. He stood in front of the shadow. Fan Xian stood out. The atmosphere in the entire courtyard changed. From beginning to end, he had not truly attacked. The only thing he had expended was his spirit, which had been forcefully worn away by Siga Jian's powerful will. However, standing in front of the shadow, Fan Xian's spirit seemed to return to his body in an instant. He was cold and silent, unusually powerful. It was just like when he faced Yan Xiaoyi in the past. Everyone knew of Fan Xian's power. The current Qing official was no longer the young and inexperienced figure who had just entered the 9th level when he went to Northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy. He was a true 9th level ace. He had silently killed Yan Xiaoyi, killed the old Qin master in Jingdou, forced back Hai Tang on the grasslands, and miraculously escaped twice from the combined attacks of a few 9th level aces. In his past encounters with 9th level aces, Fan Xian had, without exception, obtained complete victories. This was not a person's name or the shadow of a tree. It was a true accumulation of confidence. Even when facing the first disciple of the Sword Hut, Yun Jilan, Fan Xian still did not feel a glimmer of fear in his heart. He only looked at him coldly. His meaning was clear. "If you want to kill my subordinate, you have to let me kill you first." Fan Xian and Yun Jilan stood face to face. Behind Yun Jilan, more people stood up. There were 13 disciples of the Sword Hut, and all of them were present. Only 6 people stood up. However, it was the sharp sword intent emanating from these 6 people that merged with Yun Jilan's blade and suddenly shot out, causing Fan Xian's face to pale slightly. There were also a few disciples of the Sword Hut kneeling by Siga Jian's side. Their hands and feet were busy, serving him fearfully. Among them were the 3rd and 4th disciples of the Sword Hut who had ambushed Fan Xian in the Plum Garden. The reason these 2 aces of the Sword Hut did not stand up was complicated. They knew that Fan Xian and the black-clothed man both knew the Siga sword. They had not told Yun Jilan of this matter because the implications were too great. They were prepared to secretly report it to their teacher. Unexpectedly, too many things had happened these 2 days. They had not found an opportunity. They were shocked in their hearts and endlessly guessed the relationship between the black-clothed man at the bottom of the stone steps and their teacher. Why was he able to injure their teacher? 13th Wang also did not stand up. He did not look at Fan Xian. His heart was a mess. He didn't understand what had happened. He only faintly guessed a secret, but he could not speak of it. Yun Jilan did not know any of this. The cold-blooded assassination between him and the shadow in Jiangnan was often only a matter of an instant. At that time, the shadow had held back and had not demonstrated his ultimate skill. He only looked at Fan Xian and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Under the large tree, Sir Lang Tiao, who had his head down the entire time, suddenly tightened his pinky. The metal chain around his wrist suddenly tightened. Just at this moment, a slightly cold hand was placed on Lang Tiao's wrist, stopping him from attacking. Lang Tiao furrowed his brows slightly and looked at the emperor who had stopped him. He didn't understand why. He thought that this was a rare opportunity for the Qi kingdom. The Qin kingdom and Sigurd were about to reach an agreement. Now, it was the Qin kingdom who had injured Sigurd. If he helped Yunjilan capture or kill Fan Xian and then killed the black-clothed man who had injured Sigurd, the relationship between Dong Yi and the Qin kingdom would completely break. As a warrior, Lang Tiao was indeed curious as to who that black-clothed man was. Was he truly the legendary foremost assassin in the world, the shadow of the Overwatch Council? Was this assassin truly so powerful that he could injure Sigurd? The little emperor smiled slightly and looked at the tense scene by the stone steps. In a quiet voice, she said, "Believe me, they won't be able to fight. Since it is so, why should we be the bad guys?" The atmosphere made it so that the people involved did not have the little emperor's judgment. Faced with the overlapping sword intents of 7 9th-level aces, even Fan Xian began to find it difficult to breathe. The cold sweat that had just dried not long ago began to trickle down his back again. He couldn't help but shiver. The sword hut was indeed a strange place. There were so many 9th-level aces. If the Qin kingdom could not reach an agreement with Dong Yi and actually sent troops to attack, the leading generals would probably always have to face attacks in the dark. The sword intent spread out for a moment. Fan Xian knew that if they actually fought, it would be difficult for him to leave alive. Suddenly, the corners of his lips twitched. Smiling, he raised his head and swept his gaze across Yunjilan's iron-like shoulders. Looking at Sigurd below the stone steps, he said, "Do you really want outsiders to interfere in your own affairs?" When these words fell into different people's ears, they had completely different meanings. Yunjilan thought Fan Xian was talking about the northern Qi people. Coldly, he said, "The disciples of the Sword Hut are enough. We don't need the help of our friends in the north." Under the tree, Lang Tiao smiled slightly and said, "If Sir Fan Jr. survives, I will personally challenge you." Fan Xian paid no attention to the words of these two aces. He only stared fixedly at Sigurd below the stone steps. Only Sigurd understood the true meaning of his words. This was a battle between two brothers. Did they really need outsiders to interfere? Earlier, when the shadow had used the thunderous strike, Fan Xian had been behind the wheelchair. However, he had only taken the little emperor away and had not attacked together with the shadow. Fan Xian had not interfered. Could a disciple of the Sword Hut interfere in the grievances between you two brothers? Fan Xian was gambling on Sigurd pride and wildness. He was gambling that Sigurd had left the shadow alive earlier and would certainly have follow-up plans. Since this was so, how could Sigurd watch as his disciples ruined his grand plan for the sake of revenge? Sigurd raised his eyelids slightly and smiled. He sighed with some regret. It was as if he was regretful that Fan Xian had guessed his thoughts and was unable to see Fan Xian's true abilities. This great grandmaster glanced with disgust at the disciples kneeling beside him and scolded in a raspy voice, "I'm not dead. Why are you in such a hurry to mourn?" Strangely enough, as he scolded like this, the disciples beside him became happy and quickly stood up. Immediately after, Sigurd raised his left arm and glanced at 13th Wang. 13th Wang was familiar with this action. When he had descended Dong Mountain, he had carried it like this. After returning to Dongyi, he had still carried it like this. Thus, he naturally crouched down. Sigurd leaned against his young disciple's wide and sturdy back and twisted his head comfortably. Return to the Sword Hut. 13th Wang made a muffled sound of agreement. He then stood up with his skinny teacher on his back and walked out of the sword hut. However, his body was already in terrible condition. A few of his brothers beside him quickly supported him and left with him. Just like this, Sigurd left without saying anything. He only left behind a ground of astonishment and eyes. Fan Xian looked at Yunjilan, who was close at hand, and said, "Master Yun, you've already disobeyed the Sword Saint a few times. Do you want to do it again?" Yunjilan was silent for a long time. He glanced at the shadow at the bottom of the stone steps and said, "Actually, I also want to carry teacher. However, I have too many things to carry." "There are some things that you don't need to carry." Fan Xian's expression did not change. He smiled slightly and said, "Because you can't carry it. Not only will it crush you, but it will also shatter the things you want to carry. Wouldn't that be a great sorrow?" Yunjilan thought deeply for a long time. He then looked seriously at the blood and bodies in the manor, particularly the body of the master of the city to the side of the stone steps. A moment later, his expression calmed. He knew that his thoughts had, in the end, all come to nothing. He didn't know what kind of magic Sir Fan Jr. had used to not only have his teacher act and kill the entire manor of the master of the city, but even after he was injured, he didn't have any desire to kill the Qing people. In the end, it was this first disciple of the Sword Hut who did not understand Sigurd. No one in this world could persuade or tempt Sigurd to do anything. This great grandmaster did whatever he wanted to do. All of this was just his own thoughts. The Sword Hut withdrew from the manor. Only the northern Qi people, Fan Xian, and the shadow were left. Lang Tiao placed his hands behind his back and walked out from under the tree. Looking at Fan Xian, he smiled slightly and said, "Sir Fan Jr. is indeed skilled. With just one sentence, you were able to force the Sword Hut to not attack. However, I am not a dongy person. Today's opportunity is rare. Do you want to spar? One cannot be shameless to such an extent." Fan Xian had just escaped the danger of the sword intent. His entire body relaxed from exhaustion. Sitting on the stone steps beside the shadow, he didn't even raise his head. With a smile, he said, "This is a sentence your emperor gave me today. I'll give it back to you. Sir Fan Jr., I don't know who is more shameless in this world." The curved knife and golden chain behind Lang Tiao's back rattled slightly in the wind. Paired with his steady voice, it was even more beautiful. "Your sister is a disciple of Tianyi Dao and has received orders from my teacher to control the affairs of Qing Mountain. Although sister disciple Fan has returned to the Qing kingdom, the teachings of the sect still exist. Even if you don't remember old friendships, you still have to remember the righteousness of the sect. Last year, in late autumn, the Qing Mountain disciples suffered heavy casualties in Shiliang Road. Do you think I would let this go? So, you also know she died in Shiliang Road." Fan Xian raised his head. Two beams of cold light shot out. "Don't say there is anything wrong with Imperial Advisor Ku He's orders. Even if my sister takes over Haitang's control of Tianyi Dao in the future, if Tianyi Dao still dares to mess around in the Qing kingdom, I will still continue to kill." After these words were said, there was a clamor under the tree. Lang Tiao's brows also furrowed. He didn't know how Fan Xian could still be so unyielding under such urgent circumstances. Although the disciples of the Sword Hut had left, the northern Qi aces were still there. Even if Sigurd was hindered by something and didn't want to kill Fan Xian or the black-clothed ace, when the northern Qi people attacked, they would not have any psychological barriers. This first disciple of Tianyi Dao did not know what had happened last night. How could he know that Fan Xian looked at these northern Qi aces as if they were his own subordinates? "Your emperor is already one of my people. Are you still far from becoming one of my people?" Under the tree, the little emperor smiled and said, "Our northern Qi is famous for its literature. Of course, we will not bully the weak with numbers. Sir Langtiao, let's go. After these words were said, it was Fan Xian who furrowed his brows. He looked at the little emperor and suddenly said, "Can you come over for a moment?" It was extremely rude to speak to His Majesty the Emperor in such a tone. However, what shocked the Northern Qi people was that the Emperor was not angry. He only smiled slightly and said, "What business does Minister Fan have? Let's talk after you've rested." Fan Xian saw clearly the coldness and slight anger between the little emperor's brows. He knew that she was, after all, an emperor. In front of her officials, she was terrified of making a mistake. His words earlier had indeed crossed the line. He couldn't help smiling self-mockingly and said, "Your Majesty, I have something important to report." The little emperor was silent for a long time. No one knew what kind of struggle she was going through in her heart. Today, she had seen too many profound things that had nothing to do with power. Her state of mind had been greatly shaken. Looking at Fan Xian's expression, she thought of the even greater shock her state of mind had suffered last night. After a long time, the little emperor coldly said, "All of you go out. I have something to say to Minister Fan." After these words were said, there was another clamor, particularly Lang Tiao, who turned his head in shock to look at his emperor. He didn't know what the situation was. A few days ago, the emperor had made up his mind to join hands with Yun Jilan's faction of the Sword Hut to kill Fan Xian in Dongyi. Yesterday, everyone had seen Fan Xian take the emperor into the Sword Hut. The hatred between the two sides should be irreconcilable. Looking at their expressions as they spoke, it was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Friar He, who had been standing by the little emperor's side the entire time, was also shocked. He glanced at Lang Tiao suspiciously and waited for him to speak. Lang Tiao took 2 deep breaths and waved his hand, leading everyone out of the manor. Regardless of whether or not he was worried that Fan Xian would harm the emperor, since the emperor had issued an edict, as officials, they could only act according to the edict. The manner of the master of the city once again recovered its calm. Fan Xian stood and walked to the little emperor's side. Looking at her calmly, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The things you heard at the end today, don't tell anyone. Otherwise, I will also tell everyone what I know." The little emperor's expression changed slightly. A cold light flashed through her eyes. She had not thought that Fan Xian would guess her thoughts so quickly or that he would use her secret to threaten her. The head of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council was Sigurd younger brother. This matter could be used to great effect. It could even shake the foundations of the Qing court and create an irreconcilable conflict between the Qing Emperor and the Overwatch Council. Northern Qi's brocade guard was not just for show. A long time ago, the little emperor had learned from Wei Hua that the Qing Emperor had always believed that the assassination in the Hanging Temple was done by Sigurd Jian's unknown younger brother. The little emperor took a deep breath. This secret was too important for Northern Qi. To be able to throw the Qing kingdom into chaos, it could, without question, turn Northern Qi around. However, Fan Xian held a secret that was enough to topple all of Northern Qi. Her expression changed for a long time. In the end, she quietly said, "I understand." Outside the manor, the expressions of Lang Tiao and the others changed endlessly. They had never thought that after they had been so anxious all night outside the Sword Hut and constantly worried about the emperor's safety, in the end, the emperor and Fan Xian seemed to be having a very good conversation. Lang Tiao's pupils suddenly constricted. "Send an order back to the Qing kingdom to have Mu Ping rush back." To the side, Friar He's expression changed slightly. Lowering his voice, he said, "Do you suspect that Fan Xian has poisoned the emperor?" Fan Xian is a master of poisons. If he hadn't been poisoned, how could he have so easily let the emperor leave? Why did the emperor agree to stay and have a secret talk with him just now? Lang Tiao's eyes were filled with anger. Enunciating each word coldly, he said, Fan Xian is as poisonous as a snake or scorpion. He cannot be underestimated. Lang Tiao's intelligent reaction could not be said to be slow. However, he had no idea that Mukpeng had long been locked up by Fan Xian in the 7th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. He also did not know that Fan Xian had indeed poisoned the little emperor. However, it was not a poison that would kill. Instead, it was a poison in the heart that had no antidote. Chapter 646. Sigurd did not give the order for the disciples of the Sword Hut to kill Fan Xian. He didn't even spare the leader of the Overwatch Council assassins who had dared to stab him. This reality made the disciples of the Sword Hut feel a glimmer of surprise and shock. Yunjilan, who had silently walked out of the Sword Hut, felt even heavier. He looked around. His third brother and fourth brother were both left in the Sword Hut. It seemed that his teacher had something to tell them. Yunjilan couldn't resist looking at the setting sun in the west and gently sighed. These two brothers respected him the most. They had also participated in keeping 13th Wang under house arrest and ambushing Fan Xian. Was the teacher keeping them here to ask about this matter? Given his understanding of Sigurd, if his teacher truly wanted to punish him for his actions, he probably wouldn't need to investigate or ask anything. He would directly have him kill himself. It would probably be difficult for him to summon the courage to resist. The faint light of dusk shone on the face of the first disciple of the Sword Hut. It was somewhat dim and helpless. Today, the entire manner of the master of the city had died. It had sufficiently demonstrated Sigurd attitude. In a few more days, the dragon flag of the Li family would probably be replaced by the dragon flag of the Dongyi Palace. He knew that perhaps this was an inevitability of history. Otherwise, his teacher would not have reached an agreement with Fan Xian and lowered his head to the Qing emperor. However, his heart still couldn't help but throb with pain. There was no longer any way to stop this matter from happening. One of the major powers in Dongyi, the manor of the master of the city, had all become corpses in pools of blood. Sigurd had used the simplest and crudest method to unify the thoughts of the entire upper class of Dongyi society and intimidate the thoughts of all the disciples in the Sword Hut. Presumably, the countless merchants and workers in the city were also willing to accept this reality. After all, fighting had never been an entertainment that merchants liked. Yunjilan narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain residence above. The Northern Qi Emperor had already silently returned to the mountain residence under the protection of Lang Tiao and Friar He. He didn't know what the Northern Qi people were thinking. Should he end the agreement he had secretly reached with them or continue moving forward? Following this, the mountain residence closed its doors and refused guests. This made Yunjilan's complicated emotions even more complicated. The Northern Qi Emperor had risked thousands of li to come here. He must have had the attitude of paying a great price to finish this battle in one fell swoop. Why did the Emperor seem to admit defeat after he was taken into the Sword Hut by Fan Xian and no longer try to tear apart the relationship between Dongyi and the Qin kingdom? Yunjilan stood outside the mountain residence and quietly said a few words to Lang Tiao. With some sadness, he walked down the mountain. As he walked, he thought to himself, just what kind of miraculous ability does Fan Xian have to be able to suppress Northern Qi until they can't move? He still didn't believe Fan Xian had this ability. He thought it must be because his teacher had clearly expressed his attitude to the Northern Qi Emperor that the Northern Qi people had become hopeless. Turning his head to glance at the Sword Hut in the dusk, Yunjilan's expression was very serious. After a slight pause, he walked toward Dongyi. He would never betray the will of the Sword Hut and the interests of Dongyi. However, the people of Dongyi were anxious. Without the pressure of the officials of the master of the city, he, the first disciple of the Sword Hut, could only helplessly begin to manage state affairs. Contrary to what Yunjilan had imagined, the Northern Qi people did not despair. More accurately, the Northern Qi emperor, whose surname was Shan, did not despair. She sat coldly by the window and looked at the flowers burning like fire. Thinking of what had happened these 2 days, she couldn't help but feel her heart waver. When she was young, she had been held in the Empress Dowager's arms and sat on the throne. From that day on, she had no longer known fear or despair. A person in a certain position should have a corresponding ability to judge. The little emperor knew that in the matter of fighting for Dongyi, she had already lost to Fan Xian. She had lost completely. There was no chance of turning the situation around. On the other hand, she also knew that Sigurd had chosen the Qin kingdom not because this great grandmaster had any good feelings toward the Qin kingdom. Rather, it was because Fan Xian's existence seemed to be able to provide Dongyi with a sliver of protection in the future. The most important problem was still hidden in Sigurd heart. After the clever Northern Qi emperor thought for a long time, she faintly grasped the crux. Although she still didn't know the details, she guessed that Sigurd would certainly cause Fan Xian a great deal of trouble in the future. Fan Xian's trouble was the Qing emperor's trouble and Northern Qi's blessing. Although she knew that if Fan Xian was truly ruthless enough, she could only become a puppet in his hands, Fan Xian had never been ruthless enough, particularly toward his own woman. The events of that night made the little emperor feel humiliated, stimulated, excited, and curious. Thinking about it in hindsight, it seemed to have been of great benefit. Fan Xian used this to control the little emperor. The little emperor also used the relationship between the two of them to put Fan Xian in a difficult position. The little emperor slowly turned her head and looked coldly at Sea Lily sitting by the bed. She said, "Beloved, comb my hair." Including Fan Ruoruo, there were 3.5 women on Northern Qi's side. As the little emperor calmly enjoyed Sea Lily's hand combing her hair, she silently thought about what Fan Xian should do with 3.5 women facing a father with potential cracks. Fan Xian was in the depths of the Sword Hut. Standing outside the door, he looked calmly at Sigurd on the bed. After the shadow woke up, he had found a place to heal. As a top assassin, he always had a final lair to lick his wounds. Fan Xian was not worried about this. In the dusk, he once again faced the sword-like gazes of the people of the Sword Hut and walked into the depths of the Sword Hut to deal with what the Northern Qi Emperor had thought of earlier. Sigurd could bring him great trouble in the future. 13th Wang coughed and glanced at him. Carrying the basin of hot water, he walked past him and didn't say anything. Fan Xian turned his head and looked at the bloodstains on his back. He couldn't resist smiling. The scene earlier when he had turned his back on his teacher confirmed Sigurd love for this young disciple. Including the basin of hot water inside the sect and the towel wiping his body, even a great grandmaster was sometimes like a pitiful old man being served by a filial son. The more Sigurd favored 13th Wang, the calmer Fan Xian's heart became. He coughed and cleared the thoughts in his mind. Stepping over the threshold, he sat on the chair by the bed. Looking at Sigurd who had his eyes tightly closed, he said, "The shadow will not take over the Sword Hut." The rooms in the depths of the Sword Hut were completely silent. Other than 13th Wang in the courtyard, no one else could stay there. Even the sword children who served Sigurd personally had long been chased to the front of the hut. These abrupt words rang out in the quiet room, rising in spirals and not stopping for a long time. They came without reason and were spoken without rhyme or reason. The shadow was someone who wanted to kill Sigurd and was an official of the Qin Kingdom's Overwatch Council. Yet, Fan Xian had seriously said to Sigurd that the shadow would not take over the Sword Hut. Would Sigurd allow the shadow to inherit his most precious legacy in this world? Shockingly, Sigurd did not laugh at Fan Xian's speculation. Slowly opening his eyes, he carried a heart-shaking coldness. In a raspy voice, he said, "Why can't he?" Fan Xian's heart tightened slightly. He hadn't thought that with one sentence, this great grandmaster would directly reveal his true thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In a quiet voice, he said, "Because he is my person." You are half a dongy person, but he is an entire dongy person. Sigurd slowly closed his eyes again. He is my younger brother. He is the true first disciple of the Sword Hut. After I die, if he doesn't take over the Sword Hut, does he have to hand it to you? Me? Fan Xian shrugged. I have my own teacher. Furthermore, I don't have the hobby of starting a sect. Sigurd closed his eyes and said, "How did you guess my thoughts?" Yunjilan was originally a good choice. Unfortunately, he went against your wishes this time. Furthermore, he is used to official work. In terms of swordsmanship, it is difficult for him to advance. You won't just watch as the Sword Hut declines after your death. 13th Wang is a good choice. Unfortunately, you dote on him too much and have too high hopes for him. You would not want him to be bound by these grass huts. Only the shadow. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. You didn't kill him not because you couldn't bear to kill him. Saints are heartless. This is something you admitted earlier. You left the shadow with his life. Naturally, you have to use this life. If you leave the position of master of the Sword Hut to him, it will cause trouble in the future. You and I both know this. So, the matter at the Hanging Temple was really done by Qin Pingping. Sigurd suddenly cackled with great joy. Looks like even I have misjudged this old dog. He has no loyalty to your emperor to speak of. Fan Xian was not angry. He smiled warmly and said, "No one can doubt the director's loyalty to the Qin kingdom. If you want the shadow to rise to the surface and incite a battle between the emperor and the director, I advise you to quickly give up." Sigurd fell silent. He didn't speak for a long time. The entire Sword Hut was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. From last night until now, Sigurd finally understood that Fan Xian, the son of an old friend, indeed had a calmness and even coldness that was difficult to find for normal people. He had guessed the true intentions he had been hiding from his slight movements. How long can you hide the fact that the shadow is my younger brother? A year. 2 years. Sigurd suddenly said coldly. What happened in Dongyi today will eventually be sent back to Jingdo. Do you really think your emperor won't guess anything? I don't care what he guesses. As long as he can drag it out, that's that. I hope you don't make this matter clear and real. Fan Xian looked at Sigurd thin face without shrinking back. In Dongyi, there are only 6 people who can guess the shadow's identity. Earlier, the 3rd and 4th disciples in the hut had already seen you and told you what happened the night before. Presumably, you had them seal their mouths. Given your position in their hearts, they probably won't say anything for the rest of their lives. As for 13th Wang, I believe in his nature and virtue. All that is left is me, you, and the little emperor. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, what is there to be afraid of? Sigurd coldly said, the problem is that you still have no way of convincing me. Why wouldn't I say anything? Once the world knows of this matter, your emperor will certainly kill Qin Pingping. If Qin Pingping dies, what will you do? Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, you pretended to agree to the agreement between us. In reality, you put your sights on the future. If the director died, the Qin kingdom would sink into internal strife. How would we have the time to look elsewhere? I just don't trust your emperor. Sigurd suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. I still trust you a little more. The problem is, as long as you are not emperor, it is useless no matter how much I trust your sincerity. It is not up to you to make decisions in the Qing kingdom. Fan Xian's expression was very serious. I indeed do not have the ability to make the decision to have the emperor give up on his determination to start a war. If you anger me, at least I can make the decision to have the Qing kingdom destroy your Dongyi. He stood up and said, don't try to incite internal strife in the Qing kingdom. Don't try to have my most respected elder sink into danger. Otherwise, there will be no agreement in my heart. Sigurd didn't say a word for a long time. Suddenly, he said, if such a day truly came, would you still have the heart to think about Dongyi? These are all things that haven't happened, but this kind of threat is an alarm that can be sounded ahead of time. Sigurd looked at him and said, did you also use such a crude method to force the female emperor of Northern Qi to shut her mouth? Fan Xian was not worried that the little emperor's gender would be leaked by Sigurd. The collapse of Northern Qi was not a scene this great grandmaster wanted to see. Straightforwardly, he replied, I have found that I can only use a crude method to solve these problems. This is what I learned from you. Don't try to use me or control me, Fan Xian said. His state of mind was in a mess. It was as if he had returned to the old Fan manor in Jingdo many years ago and he was talking to his father. From the moment he came to this world, each of his actions and thoughts appeared to be free. In reality, they had always been shrouded in countless shadows. His father, the emperor, Chen Pingping, and all of the old men were arranging his future according to what they thought was correct. Later, there were a few more monsters among these old men, such as Ku He and Sigurd on the bed. They all wanted to use what had happened in the past to secretly control him. If Fan Xian was not Fan Xian, his life would probably be much easier. As long as he continued to walk at a fixed pace, he would be able to live happily. However, he did not want this. Even if Yi Qingmei's name always shrouded his head, he still did not want it. After 2 days, the two major diplomatic groups from Qing and Northern Qi finally slowly and solemnly arrived on the road. After the two diplomatic groups left the Song Kingdom, they began a vigorous race at low speed on the road. It seemed that neither wanted to be the first to step onto Dongyi's territory and launch the first wave of political attacks. The head envoy of the Northern Qi diplomatic group, Wei Hua, faintly felt that it was strange, but he could not change anything. He guessed helplessly that Fan Xian had probably long arrived in Dongyi. However, the officials of the Board of Rights in the Qing diplomatic group had no idea that the Northern Qi negotiator who had arrived early in Dongyi was their emperor. The welcoming ceremony in Dongyi was very lively. However, it was hard to avoid a number of problems in the middle. Because all of the officials in the manor of the master of the city had died, the officials Yun Jilan had recruited from various territories acted hastily. These details all fell into the eyes of the officials of the two diplomatic groups. Immediately after, they learned of the murder that had happened in the manor of the master of the city. They involuntarily looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. In reality, the true negotiations had ended long before the diplomatic groups entered the city. The true major figures of both sides had already exchanged blows countless times in secret. They had already set down a solid foundation for the ownership of Dongyi. On this day, the spring sunshine was bright and beautiful. On this day, in the courtyard where the Qing diplomatic group lived, the officials of the Qing kingdom were dumbfounded. They looked at Sir Fan Jr., who sat at the head of the table. They were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Of course, they knew that Sir Fan Jr. had entered Dongyi ahead of time. But they could not have imagined that Sir Fan Jr. had used only 3 days to beat back the aggressive offensive of the Northern Qi people, convince the proud and aloof Sword Saint Grandmaster, suppress the opposing forces in Dongyi, and help the Qing kingdom settle this matter. After hearing Sir Fan Jr.'s words, all of the Qing officials became excited. If it weren't for the Dongyi officials outside, the cheers would probably have broken through the roof and rushed into the blue sky above Dongyi's head. The Qin kingdom was born from blood and fire. From a small country on the edge, it had developed into the most powerful country in the world. It had relied on endless conquering of the borders and endless wars. Particularly 20 or 30 years ago, the emperor had personally led an army to conquer the north and the south. Only then was he able to conquer the Qin kingdom's present territory and power. The words, conquering the borders, had long become a part of the blood of the Qin people. Regardless of whether it was corrupt officials or honest officials, peddlers and pawns, or scholars, they all passionately hoped that the Qin kingdom could unify the world. However, 20 years ago, the three major powers in the world had stood together. The Qin kingdom had been quiet for too long. The enthusiasm for conquering the borders had been suppressed for too long. After the Dong Mountain incident, knowing that the two great grandmasters of the enemy countries were no longer an obstacle, all of this enthusiasm exploded forth. Dongyi was added to the Qin kingdom's territory. This was not conquering Nanzhao or invading the grasslands to the west. It was also not fighting back and forth with northern Qi to carve out a bit of land. It was truly conquering a large power. Other than the emperor's 3 personal expeditions to the north, which had shattered the Wei kingdom and established the Qin kingdom, being able to conquer Dongyi was, without question, the most glorious stroke in the Qin kingdom's history of conquering the borders. All of the officials looked at Fan Xian like they were looking at a god. Their eyes were burning with passion. Without wasting a single soldier and just relying on negotiations, they were able to obtain such great benefits for the Qin kingdom. They could no longer find any words to describe their feelings. They even thought that the emperor truly had foresight and was prepared to make Sir Fan Jr. a king 2 years ago. Sir Fan Jr. had accomplished such a great deed. Even if he didn't split the land, he would not be able to escape being made a king. For a moment, the slightly old vice minister of the Board of Rights found it difficult to digest this shocking piece of good news. He was so excited that his face flushed red. A gurgling sound came out of his throat and blocked the phlegm in his mouth. He watched as Fan Xian collapsed. Fan Xian walked out of the unusually lively diplomatic mission, but there was not a trace of joy on his face. Logically speaking, to be able to convince Sigurd, subdue the northern Qi emperor, and use this relatively peaceful method to bring Dongyi into the territory of the Qin kingdom was certainly the greatest thing he could do in his life. But, he still could not be happy. He knew what kind of danger was hidden behind Sigurd's agreement. He had already told the officials in the diplomatic mission that the person responsible for the details of the negotiations on Dongyi's side was the first disciple of the Sword Hut, Yunjilan. Yunjilan's position in this matter had long been known to everyone. Sigurd had chosen him to come out to negotiate. Without question, he wanted to use an unyielding attitude to obtain the greatest benefit for Dongyi. Fan Xian did not care about this. Whether it was actual rule or submission in name was not a problem he needed to consider this year. After Sigurd's death, Dongyi did not have much power to oppose. As for whether it would not change for 50 years or 5 years, that was the emperor's decision. Thinking of this, his mood became gloomy again. The secret report to Qin Garden had long been sent out. The shadow, who had sunk into silence the entire time, had also been sent to the Jiangnan Palace treasury to be treated. However, Fan Xian had no confidence in whether or not he would be able to calmly digest this matter. Walking out of the gates of the diplomatic mission and getting into the carriage, Fan Xian leaned against the window with a headache and looked at the prosperity in Dongyi. This prosperity did not appear artificial because of the arrival of the diplomatic mission from the two countries. It also did not appear desolate because of the collective deaths of the officials of the manor of the master of the city. The merchants' courageous nature in pursuit of profit made them appear unrestrained and incomparably free. The black carriage came to the end of Chang Street. There were 3 directions. The member of the Chinian unit driving the carriage asked, "Commissioner, where do we go now?" "To the seaside," Fan Xian replied quietly. The carriage took a long time to pass through Dongyi. It avoided the busy transport groups and headed in the direction of the busiest port. It came to the quietest silver beach outside of Dongyi. The official driving the carriage jumped down and led it to the side of a beach. Suddenly, he realized that there was already someone on the beach. Furthermore, he acutely sensed the other party's identity. His pupils constricted abruptly. Lowering his voice, he said, "Northern Qi." Fan Xian had already stepped down from the carriage. Looking at the members of the Chinian unit beside him, he smiled and said, "I came today to find these Northern Qi people." This member of the Chinian unit was the one Fan Xian had met in Qingzhou last autumn. Fan Xian had no doubt about the loyalty of these trusted aides. Under Wang Qinian and Deng Ziyu's training, these trusted aides only knew Fan Xian. Perhaps they didn't even care about the one in the palace. He had a meeting with someone, so Fan Xian did not bring the 6th Bureau swordsman of the Overwatch Council. He only brought this trusted aide. The member of the Chinian unit was stunned. Very cleverly, he did not ask any more questions. He led the carriage to a quiet place and waited under a green tree branch. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Stepping on the soft sand, Fan Xian walked step by step toward the seaside. There were a few people by the seaside looking at the sea. The waves of the East Sea were calm and gentle. They gently lapped against the silver sand, painting it with different shades of wet color. Paired with the circle of rocks not far in the sea and the layers of green trees behind the beach, it looked very beautiful. Fan Xian raised his hands and bowed seriously. "Greetings, Sir Lang Tiao." Lang Tiao looked at him calmly. His hands hung naturally by his side. His 2 curved knives hung by his side in chains, swaying gently in the sea breeze. He looked at the young man in front of him. His emotions were complicated, but his expression was unusually calm. A moment later, he opened up the path to the seaside and walked toward the distance of the beach. Fan Xian walked to the side of the young man wearing a plain robe and full of scholarly aura. Putting his hands behind his back, he looked at the sea with him. Sea Lily wore a beautiful light yellow dress. Like a fairy, she smiled as she accompanied the two of them. The young man was the young emperor of Northern Qi. Northern Qi had completely lost the Dongyi matter. He could not leave the court in Shangjing and the throne for too long. He had to leave today. In the diplomatic group, the officials of the Qing kingdom had been excited and worried that Northern Qi would sabotage them. At the time, Fan Xian did not reply because he was about to meet the Northern Qi emperor. The Northern Qi emperor's sword-like eyebrows remained straight. His eyes were clear and determined. No one would be able to see that under his clothes, he was a woman. He didn't even glance at Fan Xian. Suddenly, he raised his right arm and pointed at the vast sea. In a particularly firm tone, he said, "If I were a man, would certainly be able to unite the world and conquer this sea." The waves suddenly grew and crashed into the rocks in the distance, stirring up a thunderous sound and swallowing up the Northern Qi emperor's words, which were full of confidence and dissatisfaction. Chapter 647. In the blink of an eye, the waves on the shoreline expressed their anger toward the rocks and longing for the sand. The sound of the waves was like thunder, and they were shaped like snow. Without touching the clothes, they retreated, leaving behind a patch of peace. Half the eyes were blue sea, and the other half were blue sky. Fan Xian heard her words clearly and couldn't help smiling bitterly. If I were a woman, would certainly be much happier than I am now. He knew that the little emperor had too much dissatisfaction and unwillingness in her heart. As a person of the Qin kingdom, Fan Xian didn't have many opportunities to experience the little emperor's imperial schemes and power plays. After so many years of private interactions, he knew that although the Northern Qi emperor was younger than him, her will was particularly mature. Her methods of doing things were unusually cold and heartless. Perhaps the dragon chair was indeed an incubator that could turn people into strange creatures. From birth, the female emperor beside him had been raised as a man. The process of her growth had been a completely abnormal process. Even now, she had not become a pervert. Instead, she had become a slightly cold, ambitious, and particularly unwilling emperor to the arrangements of fate. It should be said that the Northern Qi Empress Dowager was truly an extraordinary figure. Thinking of how he had thought there was a big problem between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor and wanted to use this to wedge himself into Northern Qi court politics, in the end, he had helped this mother and son cover up, got rid of Shinzhong, and subdued Shang Shanhu. Fan Xian felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. His admiration for this mother and son grew stronger and stronger. Woman. The Northern Qi Emperor placed her hands behind her and looked at the boundless ocean in front of her. A glimmer of mockery rose to the corners of her lips. In this world, women are all accessories to men and are forever in a position to be dominated. If you truly became a woman, you would probably cry endlessly in your blankets every night. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then suddenly said, "Do you loathe your identity as a woman?" "Correct," the Northern Qi Emperor said coldly. "If my body wasn't that of a woman, how could I be threatened by you?" Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything. He thought to himself that this female emperor's heart was indeed a bit like a heartless man's. Everything she thought about was power and country. She lacked much of the gentleness he had imagined. The two of them fell into silence at the same time. They stood side by side and looked at the sea with their hands behind their backs. Not far from them, Sea Lily, dressed in light yellow, was holding a delicate little paper umbrella in one hand. She crouched down slightly and was picking up seashells on the beach. It was unclear whether or not her attention was on the two of them. The tips of Fan Xian's brows rose slightly. He thought of the seaside in Danzhou 3 years ago when he and the emperor had stood on a wooden plank and looked at the sea. At that time, white waves had risen from under their feet. Now, he was once again looking at the sea side by side with the Northern Qi Emperor. Putting aside the change of time and the flow of time, just these 2 times looking at the sea was enough to explain many problems. After struggling and working hard for a long time in this second life, he finally had an influence that others could not have in Northern Qi and the Qin kingdom. The Northern Qi Emperor's expression was cold. His straight, sword-like brows appeared particularly calm. His clear eyes had a sense of keeping strangers away. His not-so-long eyelashes rested calmly on his eyelids. The diplomatic mission has already arrived in Dongyi. I must return. She suddenly looked forward and said, I must admit that I have taken the risk to come south this time and have not obtained any benefits. I am very disappointed. What is there to be disappointed about? At least you didn't kill me. The world hasn't fallen into chaos. Fan Xian looked at her expression. For some reason, he felt a faint sense of pity in his heart. It was just like that crazy night when he saw her cry crazily. He knew that this emperor, who was female and had a man's heart, had not lived a happy life. Quietly, he said, although you are the monarch of Northern Qi, you cannot change what has already been decided. The Northern Qi Emperor's voice was slightly sharp. Using a harsh and bitter tone, she said, for example, I am a woman. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. He wondered how the conversation had turned to this again. Shaking his head, he said, it is very difficult for one person to change the entire world. This has nothing to do with gender. In a cold voice, the Northern Qi Emperor said, but, in my view, the most spectacular losers in the world these 30 years, the most stunning losers, all happened to be two women who refused to accept the arrangements of fate and stood out bravely. How do you explain that? How did he explain it? Fan Xian was completely unable to explain it. One of those two women was his mother and the other was his mother-in-law. As a child, he could reminisce, be sentimental, and bear grudges, but he could not explain it. He opened his mouth and said, "My mother's failure was because she was too kind. The eldest princess's failure was because she was too sentimental." The Northern Qi Emperor looked at him calmly and said with a smile, "In reality, the reason is simpler than you say. It is just that you don't dare to say it." Putting aside the eldest princess, wasn't the reason that terrifying mistress of the Yi family had failed because of that man? Fan Xian would not continue this topic in front of her. Quietly, he said, "Today, when your majesty leaves, I hope you will tidy up the court and support the people. As for other matters, it is best not to act rashly. Before you become the emperor of the Qin kingdom, don't ever hope that I will count on you for anything," the Northern Qi Emperor said. The Northern Qi Emperor said, "This has nothing to do with trust. It only has to do with the power of one's words. That day, Sigurd took us through Dongyi. You should know what it was for." Fan Xian sighed and said, "He took me to talk about the past, the future, to see Dongyi, and to deepen our feelings. It was all for this. Dongyi is not the Qi kingdom or the Qin kingdom. This city is too special. If Sigurd wishes to preserve the uniqueness of Dongyi after his death." The little emperor turned her head and looked at him. "He can only hope that you can become the emperor of the Qin kingdom." Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and said, "Do you think that is possible? This is precisely why I look down on you. You are in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. You have no idea what you need to do." The Northern Qi Emperor turned her head and mockingly said, "If you are truly a saint like Master Zhuang and don't want the people of the world to sink into the flames of war, then you can't just sit around and do nothing. You are doing your best to mend things, but you are unable to change the fundamental nature of the situation. In the end, you can only end up with a tragic end. You should know without me saying how wretched your end will be." On the contrary, Fan Xian smiled and said, "It looks like you finally believe I have the potential to be a saint." The Northern Qi Emperor was silent for a long time. She then slowly said, "Other than being forced to believe you are a saint, I can't think of any other reason why you would do these things." If Fan Xian only saw himself as an official of the Qin kingdom and single-mindedly helped the Qin kingdom unify the world, now that Dongyi had been subdued and he grasped the greatest secret of the Northern Qi royal family, there were too many things he could use and too many powerful moves he could use. However, he didn't do anything. He was just like the little emperor described, running around tirelessly sewing and mending, forcefully suppressing all possible disasters into the darkness of the Overwatch Council. "I don't want to be a saint, nor do I have the ability to be one." Fan Xian tiredly lowered his head. "I have just become much braver than before. I am willing to follow my own thoughts and change some things I don't want to see in this life." The Northern Qi Emperor gazed at him and smiled. "Even if you have to pay with your life?" "No," Fan Xian said straightforwardly. "My own survival is the most important. My family's survival is the second most important. Innocent people's survival is the third most important. If that day truly comes, I think the only person in this world who has the power to kill me will not be able to kill me." "Why?" "Because he is your father. Or is it because he knows there is a temple behind you?" A strange light flashed through the little emperor's eyes as she slowly asked. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Your Majesty does not have a shred of respect or fear for the temple." Then, he closed his mouth and didn't explain anything more. There was no need to let the northern Qi people know of the emperor's fear of Uncle Wu Zhu. I have questions about your earlier words. The sea breeze blew against the northern Qi emperor's determined face. It didn't move her non-existent bangs or make her feel any sense of weakness. You think that your own survival is the most important. Then, let me ask you, if the person being compared was Princess Qin, would you still think your own survival is the most important? Fan Xian was silent. The tablecloth in the Qing temple, the paintings, the ancient legends, the white-clothed girl hiding under the table and eating a chicken leg, the snow on Song Mountain, the medicine at their first marriage, the crying in the carriage, and the usual silence rose in his heart. Suddenly, a powerful feeling of remorse surged in his heart. Raising his head, he said seriously, "Of course, her life is more important than mine." Minister Fan. Yes. Your children. I'm not sure. The Fan family's aunt disciple. Yes. Chen Pingping. After a long silence, Fan Xian gently nodded. The northern Qi emperor smiled and looked at him. You truly are a strange person. You are so protective of an old cripple, yet you don't have the courage to risk your life for your own woman. They are still young. The expression in Fan Xian's eyes was somewhat empty. For things like feelings, other than bloodline, there is also the problem of time. The northern Qi emperor was silent for a long time. It looks like even if I had a child with you, I would not be able to completely control you. Fan Xian thought for a moment and then said, Actually, we are very similar people, cold-blooded and heartless. It is just that you are a woman and I am a man. Heartless. Your words earlier almost made me think you were a saint who cared for the people of the world. Didn't Sigu Jian say that saints are heartless? He didn't say that. I don't want to argue about this. The little emperor suddenly glanced at him and said, You are my first man and my last man. Although I don't like that feeling, I don't mind having a child for you. I also don't mind. Fan Xian's smile was somewhat mysterious. Of my 3 great wishes in this life, one is to have many, many children. He suddenly changed the topic and said, As for the last man, don't say such nonsense. You are an emperor. As they say, after eating the marrow, one will yearn for the taste. I dare to bet that once you grow up and firmly control the northern Qi court, there will certainly be a lot of medicinal dregs in Shangjing's harem. The northern Qi emperor did not understand this joke, but she understood the meaning. Her face paled slightly. Her anger flashed and was immediately hidden. Coldly, she said, Do you think I am a pervert like you? Fan Xian shrugged and said, Who knows? No one would dislike the pleasure between a man and a woman. As for the matter of having children, you didn't get pregnant that summer in the ancient temple. Perhaps you won't get pregnant this time either. I don't like men. The little emperor stared at him. At this moment, Sea Lily, who had been standing silently by the side, walked over and stood beside the two of them. Her brows were gentle and she didn't say a word. The little emperor wrapped her arms around Sea Lily's waist and looked at Fan Xian. I like women. These are my women. This kind of thing doesn't scare me. Your Majesty doesn't know that the 2 men I admired the most in the past, one was surnamed Zhang and the other was surnamed Kai. They both liked men. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and looked at the 2 women beside him. Their temperaments and appearances were completely different. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He raised his hand and very quickly swept it across the 2 people's chins. Moistening his fingertips, he quietly said, You are both my women. That is enough. The little emperor furrowed her brows as if she was not used to the frivolity by the seaside. Slightly angry, she said, Don't be presumptuous. What about me? Do you think I will believe you when you say you don't like men in front of me? Fan Xian looked at her calmly. You've been acting for 20 years. It's been hard on you. Don't act in front of me anymore. I don't like men. The little emperor looked at him calmly. I chose you because you were born beautiful, more beautiful than a woman. With these words, Fan Xian had lost. He had lost wretchedly. The Northern Qi Emperor smiled slightly and said, of course, other than being as beautiful as a flower, you also have other benefits. I once said why I chose you back then. Presumably, Duo also thanked you for writing a biography for her boudoir, but... She furrowed her brows and said, I still don't understand how you discovered my secret. Sea Lily leaned against the Northern Qi Emperor's side and looked at Fan Xian with her large, expressive eyes. Presumably, she was also filled with curiosity about this matter. There was the fragrance of golden osmanthus in that old temple. Later, I learned from the great Wang Fei that this kind of golden osmanthus was only grown on the mountain behind Shangjing Palace. In the entire world, only the emperor would use this kind of fragrance. Fan Xian quietly told the story. The Northern Qi Emperor's brows furrowed even tighter. No matter what, she found it difficult to believe that it was this faint fragrance that had exposed her secret. Of course, Your Majesty's passion for the story of the stone is a bit excessive. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Bao Dai's story is one of the best tools for determining gender. I still don't believe it, the Northern Qi Emperor said coldly. The Northern Qi Emperor coldly said, what kind of secret is this? How could you think in that direction based on these 2 points? I admit that you are the most intelligent person in the world, but... Before she finished speaking, Fan Xian already understood what she meant. Any investigation into a secret needed a primer. For something that no one had ever dared to think about, naturally, no one would doubt it. The little emperor still did not understand how Fan Xian dared to think in that direction. He stood on the seashore and laughed happily. His laughter traveled along the waves and traveled very, very far. Do you know who Zhu Yingtai is? Shakespeare's lover. Mu Wanqing. Prince's coffee shop. A pregnant female bishop. A young boy and girl. Fan Xian looked at the 2 perplexed women beside him and said in a loud voice, that is Horita Maki, my favorite. After a bout of laughter, Fan Xian stood by the seaside and immediately felt comfortable. His talent in martial arts was not as good as Hai Tang and 13. In terms of politics, he could not catch up to the emperor. He was not as good as his father-in-law at cultivating disciples. In terms of scheming, he was far behind Chen Pingping and even Yan Bingyun. He was not as patient as his father. He was not as determined as Ku He. He was not as clear as the little emperor about what she wanted. He was not as good as Siga Jian, who could see all things as ants. There were too many exceptional people in this world. Fan Xian was not much. The only thing he could rely on was his own hard work. However, in this second life, he was so successful and stood in his current position. It was because his mother had come to this world in advance, and he was the same. He also had a lifetime's worth of knowledge that the people of this world did not have. This was the source of his courage and the foundation of his confidence. Lang Tiao stood on a large tree by the seaside. The tips of his feet stepped on the treetop. As the sea wind blew, he floated gently. The 2 curved knives by his side made a clanking sound. He narrowed his eyes and looked calmly at the seaside. He didn't hear clearly what the emperor and Fan Xian had said, but he heard clearly Fan Xian's wild and somewhat arrogant laughter at the end. The 3 people by the seaside knew that it was not just Lang Tiao. Perhaps there were other powerful figures, such as people from the Sword Hut, who were secretly watching this conversation. However, they were not very worried. They faced the ocean. There was no one on the ocean. Fan Xian's hand held the Northern Qi Emperor's hand and then Sea Lily's. Calmly, he said, "No matter which one of you is pregnant, don't forget to tell me, the father." After these words were said, the Northern Qi Emperor's expression darkened. He glanced at Sea Lily. Fear floated onto Sea Lily's face, but she was not very afraid in her heart. If one were to look from behind, Sea Lily was leaning against the Northern Qi Emperor's side, while Fan Xian was standing on the other side. The three of them did not appear small against the backdrop of the blue sea. On the contrary, there was a sense of warmth. That night, a heavily guarded but unmarked group left Dongyi. Other than those in the upper echelons, no one knew that the Northern Qi Emperor and Imperial Consort Li were in this group. The Northern Qi Emperor had bravely come to Dongyi with the determination to cut off all means of retreat and try to find the last chance of victory for his country. In the end, he returned gloomily. Other than receiving Fan Xian's nonchalant words, he had gained nothing. Of course, for a woman, even if this woman claimed to like women, to be able to have such a night and such a beautiful beach in this absurd and dangerous imperial life, perhaps this would be a story that she would never forget for the rest of her life. To have this was actually enough, was it not? When the Northern Qi Emperor looked back at Dongyi in the dusk from the window of the carriage, was she thinking of Northern Qi's future or that man? The Northern Qi diplomatic group remained in Dongyi, but they had all given up hope. Although Dongyi still treated them with courtesy, everyone could clearly see that they had already begun negotiations with the Qing people. The details of the negotiations had been released through some unknown channel. The Qing kingdom's conditions were not harsh. For the merchants and commoners of Dongyi, they were unexpectedly relaxed. Other than the vassal states that were about to send their hostages into Jingdo and sink into a gloomy fog, the reactions of the commoners were rather normal. Of course, they would be sad and disappointed, just like Yunjilan. However, there was no overly intense opposition. The negotiations were still ongoing. The implications of this matter were too great. Even if they had to talk for an entire year, it was completely necessary. Thus, the secret message sent from the Jingdo Palace was not overly hurried. On the contrary, the Qing Emperor told Fan Xian not to rush. His words were filled with comforting and encouraging words. Fan Xian was not in a rush. He had talked for a number of years about that beautiful city in the south, much less today's situation. He just wandered the streets in Dongyi and meditated by the seaside. Occasionally, he would drink tea with 13th Wang and repair their relationship. His entire behavior was not like that of a powerful official of the Qing kingdom. Rather, he was like an idling Dongyi person with nothing to do. Time passed in a flash. Fan Xian had been in Dongyi for almost a month. He finally stepped into the sword hut again to see the great grandmaster who had been injured by the shadow and was bedridden. P.S. Today's chapter was very annoying to write about. Women are too difficult to write about. They also have to make everyone's appearance and personality different. Furthermore, it is easy to attend to one and lose sight of the other. It is too exhausting. I've decided that the next book will have at most 4. As for the different colors of the sea in yesterday's chapter, it refers to the human heart being like the sea. The depth is different, but it is all very complicated. Chapter 648. Dear readers, please give me some face. Please do not attack the books that other authors have worked so hard to write. This is something I have always cared about. The order of the monthly votes is very interesting and intense competition. It is actually beneficial to one's mental and physical health. Please do not get angry and hurt each other's feelings. That is not good. Please be peaceful, do not be lascivious, and do not hurt. Thank you very much, very much. I don't understand how you can keep holding on. There was no one else in the room in the sword hut. It was very quiet. Fan Xian sat on a chair by the bed and quietly said to the skinny old man on the bed, "You've held on so hard." "Why?" Fan Xian was still somewhat afraid of this great grandmaster. Otherwise, given his sharp nature under his gentle appearance, the words he would have said would have been even harsher. Although Sigurd was already at the end of his rope, he was still afraid that the skinny old man on the bed would suddenly become a large sword and ruthlessly hack toward him. Sigurd lay on the bed and looked upward with soulless eyes. Although his breathing was not rushed, it was unusually deep. It sounded like a broken bellow, giving one the feeling that the flame in the furnace was about to go out. This was exactly what Fan Xian did not understand. Sigurd had clearly been hit by Yi Liuyun Sanzhou and the Emperor's Way of the Emperor's Punch on Dong Mountain. His life had long been extinguished. He didn't know what method he had used to be able to struggle at death's door for 3 years. However, a month ago, after being stabbed twice by the Shadow's thunderous sword, this great grandmaster finally could not hold on any longer. The Jinqi in his meridians had completely dissipated, and he had become a piece of dead wood on the bed. Fan Xian could clearly sense the pain and price Sigurd had paid to forcefully extend his life. He didn't understand. Since living was so difficult and the agreement had already been reached, why did Sigurd continue to use the pure life-saving Jinqi in his body to forcefully drag on? Sigurd body was already very skinny. In this month's battle with the Netherworld, he had used up a lot of energy. He had lost nearly 10 kilograms. His entire body's flesh had withered. His skin was almost sticking to his bones. He looked terrifying. The sound of laughter rang out from the bed. In a raspy voice, Sigurd said in a low voice, "There is no reason for life and death. I don't want to die yet, so I want to live." Fan Xian looked at him calmly. After confirming that he was already paralyzed in all 4 limbs, he couldn't help but sigh. Standing up, he said, "Logically speaking, your disciples have injured me many times in the past. Of the 100 tiger guards you killed on Dong Mountain, many were trusted subordinates whom I wanted to protect. For some reason, seeing you about to die, I don't feel much of the joy of revenge. Because, you know that those tiger guards were killed by your emperor through the sword in my hand." Sigurd breathing gradually calmed. His words also gradually became steady. Only his eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, could no longer condense the sword light that had once dominated the world. They were cold and slack. Fan Xian paused for a moment and then respectfully asked for guidance. "I really want to know how you've survived these years." Sigurd was silent and didn't speak. Fan Xian walked forward and stood by the bed. He gently lifted the blanket and carefully pulled back the soft, light clothing covering the great grandmaster's body. Looking at the large wound on his chest, he didn't speak for a long time. This was a rude and disrespectful action. No one else in the sword hut saw it, but Fan Xian still felt that his action was rude and inappropriate. He only glanced at it before carefully pulling the clothing on Sigurd body into place. A great grandmaster on the verge of death could only have Fan Xian look at him like he was examining a corpse. Presumably, Sigurd should feel angry in his heart. Strangely, Sigurd gaze did not change at all. He only looked at the beam above his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Fan Xian sat back in the chair and began to carefully think back to the wound he had seen earlier. The reason he was interested in Sigurd wound was because he truly didn't know how this great grandmaster had extended his life by 3 years. He knew that the true cause of Sigurd death was the punch the emperor had landed on his body. Even if he was a great grandmaster, the meridians in his abdomen had all shattered, and his organs had all rotted. How could he have survived? In the manner of the master of the city, when the shadow had tried to assassinate Sigurd Fan Xian had caught a glimpse of the strange wound on the great grandmaster's abdomen. The wound was suffused with a terrifying green light. This green light was a color Fan Xian was familiar with. It was the color of poison. Fan Xian sat in the chair and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "How long did Sir Fei stay in Dongyi?" Sigurd smiled with difficulty. A moment later, he quietly said, "Actually, you are smarter than you think." Fan Xian sat woodenly in the chair and said, "To use a strong poison to cut off meridians and freeze rotten flesh, this kind of mysterious method of using poison is not something everyone can do." He sighed and gently rubbed his temples. "I once heard Sir talk about this kind of realm when I was young, but I never thought that someone could actually do it. Of the 3 great grandmasters who use poison in the world, Xiao En is dead. I know the one in Dongyi was made up by you. Although he had some skill, other than Sir Fei, who else could truly use poison to let you live a few more years? Furthermore, he always told me that he was going out to sea. If he didn't leave from Chuanzhou, he would leave from Dongyi." It was as if Fan Xian was talking to himself. In a quiet voice, he said, "He cured you back then. It is not too surprising that he has come to cure you again." Sigurd Jian's body was frozen on the bed, unable to move at all. Coldly, he said, "Fei Jia stayed in the sword hut for a year and a half and then went out to sea." A sense of confusion suddenly rose in Fan Xian's heart. When he saw Sigurd Jian's injuries in the manner of the master of the city, he had already become suspicious. He had thought that Sir Fei Jia was still quietly hiding in the sword hut. He had not thought that he had long left. After he had been reborn into this world, other than his grandmother and Uncle Wu Zhu, his 2 relatives, Sir Fei Jia was the first elder he had met and the first person to wholeheartedly love him. Although he was a strange person, Fan Xian and Fei Jia had not spent much time together. The 2 of them were particularly close. It was a kind of intimacy forged through corpses and poison. Sir Fei Jia had truly gone out to sea. He would probably never return to this land again. Fan Xian's heart suddenly felt cold. A faint sorrow welled up. He thought of how his father, Chen Pingping, and even the emperor might all leave him one by one, leaving him alone in this world. This was a sorrow that was difficult to bear. Fei Jia and Yi Luyun went out to sea together. Sigurd Jian revealed another secret. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. After Dong Mountain, Yi Luyun had only recovered from his injuries for 2 months. Then, just like in the past few decades, no one knew of him again. Not even Yi Zhong and Yi Ling knew. However, the Qing people were all used to this great-grandmaster's carefree life, so no one cared too much. Going out to sea. To a new land. Fan Xian smiled bitterly with difficulty. Everyone left quite straightforwardly. Yi Luyun was stabbed by me on the mountain. It is impossible for him to return to his original level, Sigurd Jian said calmly as he lay on the bed. Sigurd Jian lay on the bed and spoke calmly. There was not a trace of pride or ruthlessness. Fei Jia followed him out to sea and could take care of his injuries. Yi Luyun's hands could protect Fei Jia. These 2 old things live quite freely. Fan Xian stood. After a moment of silence, he gazed at him and said, "The negotiations between the Qing kingdom and Dongyi are still continuing. As you know, this matter cannot be settled in a short amount of time. The nobles of the vassal states will certainly still retaliate. You are about to die. You won't be able to control these problems. When the time comes, I may be ruthless. This has nothing to do with me." Sigurd Jian's small and thin body was buried under the blankets. He appeared very pitiful. "You're telling me this, cough, are you leaving?" "I need to make a temporary trip back to the capital and then come back to deal with the follow-up matters." Fan Xian nodded and walked toward the door. When his feet suddenly stepped on the doorstep, he suddenly said, "Just what message did Chen Pingping have Fei Jie bring you?" It was like Siga Jian had fallen asleep and did not reply. Fan Xian turned around at the doorstep. His eyes were full of worry. He continued to ask, "Ku he wants to prolong Chen Pingping's life, and Chen Pingping wants to prolong your life. Why must you old people suffer so much? Sometimes, I truly cannot believe that the old director would choose such a path. It is not in line with his sense of beauty. I am also very surprised." Siga Jian laughed in a very ugly way. That old dog has clearly always been loyal to the Qing Emperor. Why would he help me protect my life? Is he not afraid that I will slaughter through the hanging temple? Fan Xian didn't open his mouth to speak. He thought darkly in his heart that the things that the old cripple was thinking of were just using human nature. What a wretched and painful plan this was. 3 years ago, before the Jingdo rebellion, the director was poisoned. Fan Xian suddenly lowered his head and said, "That person was someone from Dongyi." After saying this, he walked out of the room. He walked out of the lifeless room filled with murderous intent. He stood beside the large pit in the middle of the sword hut and raised his head to look at the sky. He was silent for a long time and didn't speak. White clouds floated in the sky. The round and bright sun was at the end of the long clouds. It looked like a burning brush drawing an eye-piercing picture in the blue sky, burning itself to illuminate others. The universe was originally dark, but its eyes could not tolerate any darkness. It furiously burned the fuel from the beginning of time, wanting to illuminate all of the darkness hidden behind the stars. Fan Xian stood beside the sword pit and took a deep breath. The 2 circulations in his body slowly moved. Tianyi Dao's Xinqi protected his heart and meridians. He raised his tyrannical true method to the highest realm. The Xinqi in his body was abundant. It surged until his clothes flapped loudly in the windless environment. A seemingly endless stream of Xinqi flowed along his arms and into his steady palms, slowly being released. This was a method of circulating Xinqi. Not everyone knew it. It was a useless method Fan Xian had thought of to climb the cliff. However, he had practiced it for 20 years and was very familiar with it. The Xinqi was released and moved according to his will. It was very natural. It was an interesting idea. Who would have thought that many years later, it would have such an effect? Fan Xian stood beside the sword grave with his arms spread out in both directions. The countless swords in the pit began to jingle. It was as if they felt the call of this Xinqi and began to tremble endlessly. A simple sword was the first to be unable to withstand this kind of power. The tip of the sword cried out sorrowfully and broke free of the yellow earth at the bottom of the pit. The scrap of paper and trash that Siga Jian had thrown in flew up and into Fan Xian's hand. Fan Xian looked calmly at the sword in his hand and compared it to the sword of the Wei Emperor he often used. He found that it was indeed not eye-catching at all. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly and say, "It's also fate." On the bed in the darkness of the room, the dying great-grandmaster Siga Jian smiled and said to himself, "It's still not enough." Fan Xian looked at the sword in his hand and sighed. It's still far from enough. In the darkness of the night, 3 carriages headed west as fast as they could. The group of carriages carried the honored guests of the Qin kingdom. Under the current situation, no one dared to stop these carriages for inspection within the territory controlled by Dongyi. Thus, the group of carriages moved quickly. Furthermore, the color of these carriages was black. Mu Feng carefully poured a basin of hot water and placed it in front of the commissioner. He was terrified that as the carriages moved forward, he would spill the water. Fan Xian's daily life could be considered luxurious. He didn't know where these Overwatch Council officials obtained hot water. He scooped up a scalding towel from the basin and forcefully wiped his tired face. Is there any news from Jingdo? Everything is as usual, Mu Feng replied quietly as he glanced at him. He didn't know why the commissioner was in such a rush to return to the capital. Although the negotiations with Dongyi were troublesome and he needed to return to the capital to hand the details of the negotiations to the emperor to decide, why did he have to make the time so tight? He even had to take the risk of traveling at night. Fortunately, there were no mountain roads near Dongyi. Otherwise, if the carriages flipped, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. The emperor would probably execute all of the Overwatch Council officials accompanying him. Hearing Mu Feng's reply, Fan Xian's mood relaxed greatly. It was now the 10th year of the Qin calendar. It had been 5 or 6 years since he had officially entered the Overwatch Council. More accurately speaking, from the day he was born, he had been raised by Chen Pingping in preparation to take over the Overwatch Council. At the age of 5, other than learning poisons from Sir Fei Jia, he had spent most of his time studying the Overwatch Council's regulations and organizational planning. Now, Fan Xian had firmly grasped the terrifying organization that was the Overwatch Council. He had his own judgment of his subordinates' loyalty and abilities. The black carriage moved forward silently in the dark night. Although the oil lamp in the carriage was windproof and shockproof, the light still flickered. Fan Xian rubbed his tired eyes and raised them. Suddenly, he calmly said, "Xiao Feng, you are Mu Tai's distant nephew, right?" Mu Feng paused. He thought that Sir had long known of this matter, but he still replied respectfully, "He is my uncle, but there has never been a third generation. If someone wanted to kill Mu Tai, what would you do?" Mu Feng jumped in fright and stared at Fan Xian in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. Fan Xian smiled and said, "I'm just giving an example. How about this, if Mu Tai and I had a grudge and he wanted to use his death to incite your hatred toward me, would you kill me because of this?" Mu Feng repeatedly shook his head and didn't say a word. Fan Xian shook his head in boredom and sighed. He then lowered his head again, thinking, how could there be such a stubborn person in this world? As Fan Xian moved forward through the night and returned to Jingdo to explain the Dongyi matter in detail to the emperor, the Northern Qi emperor had already returned to the quiet Shangjing. The intersecting black and green eaves of the palace were still as beautiful as ever. Although she had left the royal palace for a while, with the Empress Dowager's powerful suppression and the cooperation of trusted officials in court, no one had discovered anything unusual. In comparison, the Northern Qi royal family, which had long been thought by the Qing court to be at odds with mother and son, was actually as united as a metal plate. They knew much more clearly than the Qin kingdom. The Northern Qi emperor stared in a daze at the dark night outside the palace. She turned her head to glance at the beautiful woman reading a book behind her. Suddenly, she asked, "You and Fan Xian were only in the room for an hour. Was he in such a rush? Or were you in the throes of love and unable to control yourself?" After returning to the palace, although the little emperor's favor toward imperial consortly had not decreased, the sharpness in her words could not be stopped. Sea Lily had grown up with her, so of course she knew what kind of person she was. She had endured for half a month without explaining, but today she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I know you are jealous. There is no need to show it so obviously." When Fan Xian had said those words, the little emperor's expression had become ugly. After hearing Sea Lily's words, she couldn't help but huff coldly. Sea Lily stood up, walked behind her, and rested her cheek on her thin shoulder. She wrapped her arms around her and gently caressed her belly. Her breath smelled like orchids. Fan Xian's words are simple. If you're pregnant, then of course I'm the only one who's pregnant. No matter which one of us is pregnant, we have to tell him as a father. The little emperor fell silent and suddenly said, "I wonder if that pretty boy is having a good time in Dongyi." Sea Lily didn't reply. She only thought that Sir Fan Jr. was the most dashing man in the world, but he had caused so much trouble. He was probably caught in the middle and would become the most troubled man in the world. The most troubled man in the world finally returned to Jingdo with great difficulty. The black carriage quickly passed through the double checks of the Jingdo garrison and 13 city gate guards and came to the gates of the royal palace. Chapter 649. 3 years ago, there had been chaos in the palace in Jingdo. A large number of the masters in the palace had died, but the relationships in the palace had become simpler. The overall atmosphere had become much more solemn and direct. The empress had died. It looked like the emperor had no intention of making a new empress. The empress dowager had died. There was no longer an old woman sitting high up and watching over the concubines. Lady Shu had indifferently accepted the result of her son's death. She only ate vegetarian food in the cold and cheerless palace. The emperor not banishing her into the cold palace could already be considered exceptionally merciful. In the palace, the women with the most power to speak were the third prince's mother, Yi Guipin, and the great prince's mother, Lady Ning. These two concubines had both been injured in the palace rebellion. They had formed a blood-stained friendship in the battle. They worked together to handle matters in the palace and could be considered very harmonious. As for the matter of passing on the throne, which could affect the atmosphere in the rear palace, it could not cause any major problems at the moment. Although the emperor had not chosen another crown prince, everyone knew that the prince most likely to take over the Qing kingdom was the third prince, Li Qingping. Although the third prince was still young, only a 13 or 14-year-old youth, the only two elder brothers who could threaten his position were the great prince. Everyone knew that the great prince did not have the slightest intention of coveting the throne. Furthermore, he had the blood of a Dongyi female slave girl in his body. This made it naturally difficult for him to inherit the throne. There was also a potential competitor, which was Fan Xian. However, Sir Fan Jr. was, after all, an illegitimate child. Furthermore, he was the third prince's teacher. Most importantly, looking at what had happened these years, Sir Fan Jr. had no interest in that throne at all. As for whether or not Fan Xian had any interest in the eyes of the officials and concubines in the palace, that was a question worth pondering. At least for now, the third prince's path was bright. The support at his side was real. The path of the entire Qing kingdom was clear. Thus, the atmosphere in the royal palace was good. Small, united meetings were held every day. Everyone's spirits were filled with a sense of striving to improve. Fan Xian traveled the entire way. By the time he returned to Jingdo, it was already dusk. After he entered the depths of the palace, the entire sky had darkened. He sat in the imperial study and rubbed his slightly bulging stomach. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that he should have gone to Xinfeng restaurant to get some buns before entering the palace. This was just a wonderful idea. He had the emperor's heavy responsibility. Since he was returning to the capital to report, how could he dare to linger outside the palace? Just as he was feeling annoyed, he suddenly saw two young eunuchs carrying a meal box into the imperial study. No one knew where the emperor was eating dinner in the palace. Even if the internal court notified him that Fan Xian had returned to the capital, he would not be able to rush over. Fan Xian looked in a daze at the food in the box. He smiled and said, "You know I haven't eaten?" Eunuch Yao usually followed at the emperor's side. The head of the eunuchs on duty outside the royal study was also someone Fan Xian was familiar with. It was Eunuch Dai, who had performed a great service in the palace coup. Eunuch Dai looked at Fan Xian with a wide smile and said, "You are anxious about state affairs. Presumably, you have missed your meal. Pick some refreshments first. The emperor is eating in the back palace at this time. Even if I wanted to reward you with a bowl of fish roe rice, I'm afraid it would be too late. Fan Xian did not stand on ceremony. He began to attack the food in the box. As an official, sitting in the royal study when the emperor was not present was a crime punishable by execution. To eat in the royal study without asking for an edict was even more disrespectful. However, he had long received a special edict, so he sat calmly and ate without worry. To the side, Eunuch Dai smiled and thought, in the end, Sir Fan Jr. was not a normal official. Immediately after, he thought of the matter that had been spreading around the world recently. Eunuch Dai's heart heated up again. Sir Fan Jr. had performed a great service for the Qin kingdom. He didn't know how the emperor would reward him. The reason this head of eunuchs felt hot was because he knew that most of his future was in the emperor's hands. The other half was completely connected to Sir Fan Jr. His life in the palace had always been smooth sailing. It was not until Fan Xian appeared that he began to suffer misfortune and rise again. Because he had contributed greatly during the Jingdo rebellion, he was now the deputy head eunuch. His status was even more noble than when he had been in Lady Shu's palace. Occasionally, Eunuch Dai would think with lingering fear that if he had continued to be on duty in Lady Shu's palace, he would probably already be a member of the Cold Palace or even long dead. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance behind him out of the corner of his eye. The eunuch following him had once been a popular figure in the royal study. It was a pity that he later served his master in the Eastern Palace. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, his status had already plummeted. Fan Xian put down his chopsticks and said a few warm words to Eunuch Dai. Only then did he slowly turn his gaze behind him. He looked at the increasingly steady young eunuch, whose acne was still clear on his face. Calmly, he said, "You still haven't died." That is somewhat unexpected. Hongzhu's face was full of respect. He bowed toward Fan Xian and replied, "I have received the emperor's favor and came out of the Cold Palace at the end of the year. In the future, remember to serve the emperor more attentively." Fan Xian said these words without much emotion and then closed his mouth. Eunuch Dai could see that his mood was not very good. He casually said a few words of flattery and then led Hongzhu out of the royal study. He thought to himself that there had always been rumors in the palace that Eunuch Hong and Sir Fan Jr. did not see eye to eye. Back then, it was Sir Fan Jr. who had kicked this kid to the Eastern Palace. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. He couldn't help but laugh coldly 3 times in his heart. He thought to himself that even with old Eunuch Hong watching over Hongzhu, he was still no match for the little duke's hand that reached in from outside the palace. Now that Eunuch Hong was dead, Hongzhu's position in the palace was very awkward. Eunuch Dai completely did not notice that when he left the royal study, Fan Xian and Hongzhu met each other's eyes. There was mutual concern in their eyes. Then, they gently and imperceptibly nodded their heads. It was completely silent in the royal study. Fan Xian silently sorted through the thoughts in his mind. It was expected that Hongzhu would come out of the Cold Palace. This kid had always been well liked by the nobles in the palace. In the rebellion, it appeared that Hongzhu had no knowledge of it. It was expected that he would be used. Of course, in this matter, Fan Xian had gone around many twists and turns and helped Hongzhu put in some effort. As for the entanglement of the 3 years, Fan Xian had already stopped thinking about it. At least, this little eunuch had helped him too much. In terms of affection, it was he who owed him and not the other way around. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of hurried footsteps came from outside the royal study. The faint light of a lantern came from the other side of the glass window, illuminating the night and floating toward them. Fan Xian quickly pulled back his stretched arms and stood to welcome the emperor. The door to the royal study was pushed open. The Qing emperor, dressed in a bright yellow robe, walked in with large steps. His slightly thin face was calm. Only the white hair at his temples revealed his true age and how much energy he had expended these years. The group of serving eunuchs did not enter. Cleverly, Eunuch Yao closed the royal study's door tightly from behind. Only the emperor and Fan Xian were left in the royal study. The emperor sat comfortably on the soft couch and rubbed his knees with both hands. Looking at Fan Xian, he suddenly laughed out loud. Fan Xian was confused by this string of laughter and stood awkwardly where he was. The emperor shook his head and said, "You're very good." Since he was very good, why did he shake his head? Fan Xian laughed bitterly and took out the box of secret memorials that the council had prepared and placed it on the low table in the middle of the soft couch. The emperor opened the box and began to read it carefully. Inside the box were the preliminary results of the negotiations between the Qing Kingdom and Dongyi, as well as the Overwatch Council's analysis of Dongyi's bottom line, the territory map that Dongyi had presented, and the detailed situation of the distribution of people and finances. The Dongyi matter had long shocked the entire world. The diplomatic group responsible for the negotiations, including Fan Xian himself, maintained a daily exchange of the details of the negotiations with the royal palace in Jingdo. The emperor knew the details of the negotiations very well. After all, the two places were very far apart. If he wanted to truly grasp the first-hand situation, he would need Fan Xian to return to the capital and make a face-to-face report. The emperor slowly put down the file in his hands and stood. Walking to one of the walls of the royal study, he pulled open the curtain hanging on the wall. Below the curtain was a large map of the world. On it was clearly drawn the roads of each province. Even the coastlines to the east and south were drawn in great detail. This map not only included the territory of the Qing Kingdom but also the territory of northern Qi and Dongyi. The first time Fan Xian had truly entered the royal study to discuss matters, he had sat with the ministers and scholars. He had seen this map and knew of the boundless passion the Qing monarch and officials had for expanding their borders. At that time, there had been 3 princes at the emperor's side. Now, 2 of them were gone. The emperor's steady palm moved across the map. Although the light in the royal study was bright, it was not the shadowless light in an operating room. Wherever his palm moved on the map, there was a patch of darkness. It was like a black arrow containing boundless authority, representing hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and full of murderous intent. The palm landed above Dongyi and the surrounding vassal states and gently patted them. The emperor did not turn his head. Calmly, he said, "Without using a single soldier, I have this place. Fan Xian, how do you think I should reward you? The negotiations have not ended. There are still internal disputes in the Sword Hut. The nobles of the vassal states will probably still rebel. Most importantly, I don't know if it will cause a backlash from Dongyi in the future," Fan Xian replied with a smile. He could see that although the emperor's expression was calm, the joy in the depths of his heart could not be hidden. This emperor, who wholeheartedly wanted to unify the world and establish a legacy that would last for thousands of generations, had spent decades to finally eliminate Ku He and Siga Jian, his 2 greatest opponents. He had taken the first step on a journey of tens of thousands of li. That kind of joy could not be faked. "How is Siga Jian?" The emperor turned and smiled. He did not continue to raise the question of rewards. Instead, he asked about the matter he cared about the most. "His entire body is paralyzed. He will die within 3 months, without a doubt," Fan Xian answered quickly and without any hesitation. The emperor thought for a moment and then sighed quietly. "He's going to die. However, I truly admire this sword fanatic. He took a blow from Uncle Luyun and a punch from me, yet he was still able to live for so long. The strength of this person's physical body is indeed the strongest of us." Naturally, these words excluded Wu Zhu. Fan Xian's eyes moved slightly. In a quiet voice, he said, "It is also fortunate that Sigurd did not die. Only he can suppress the warriors in the sword hut. If he had not nodded his head, this negotiation would probably not have succeeded." The emperor smiled and didn't say anything. He still did not understand his son. Were these words putting in a good word for Sigurd? What was the point in putting in a good word for a great grandmaster who was about to die? Fan Xian thought for a moment and then said, "In my opinion, this negotiation will probably last until next year. At that time, Sigurd will have long died. However, since he has set the tone and spread it everywhere, presumably, the disciples of the Sword Hut will not dare to disobey. Will 13th Wang take over as the master of the Sword Hut?" the emperor suddenly asked. For this emperor, he did not care at all about Fan Xian and 13th Wang's personal relationship. What he cared about was that, in order to truly control the territory of Dongyi, the master of the Sword Hut had to be someone he could control. The young disciple of the Sword Hut, 13th Wang, had deep ties with the Qin kingdom. Regardless of his abilities, he had to be someone he could control. Fan Xian's heart tightened. His mind spun quickly. The opening ceremony has been delayed by a month. No one has said anything. However, I have not found out who Sigurd is planning to give the Sword Hut to. There is no need to find out. The emperor's expression darkened. If Dongyi is truly willing to submit, the master of the Sword Hut must be appointed by me. Regardless of who Sigurd chooses, if I don't nod my head and seal, then it cannot be done. Fan Xian's lips tasted bitter. He had been worried that Sigurd would forcefully reveal the Shadow's identity and have him become the second master of the Sword Hut. Now, it looked like he should be worried about something else. The emperor's actions were very similar to how he had appointed the head of the lamas. Thinking about it closely, it made sense. Even if the Qin kingdom sent officials and soldiers to Dongyi in the future, in the hearts of the Dongyi people, the true masters were still the disciples of the Sword Hut. This should be clearly written in the agreement between the two countries. The Qin kingdom would not make any major changes to the structure of Dongyi within 50 years. If the Qin kingdom didn't even have the power to appoint and dismiss people in name, how could Dongyi count as submitting? I will make this clear to them after I return to Dongyi. Fan Xian didn't think further and agreed straightforwardly. As long as the Sword Hut lowers its head, there is no need to consider the businesses of the other small countries, the emperor said with narrowed eyes. The emperor narrowed his eyes and said, if Sigurd was smart enough, he wouldn't do anything before he died. If he was truly an idiot, I would give him a profound lesson. When the emperor was angry, blood flowed under heaven. The lesson the Qing emperor spoke of was to brazenly send out troops and forcefully conquer Dongyi. Fan Xian didn't continue this topic. Straightforwardly, he asked, if the Sword Hut is decided, what about the manor of the master of the city? Weren't the people in the manor of the master of the city killed by Sigurd? The emperor stood by the map and suddenly looked deeply at Fan Xian. Actually, it isn't just me who is curious. Other than feeling great joy, all of the officials in court are also shocked. And Sigurd, that old thing, had a special liking for you. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to suppress his wild nature and agree to your request? Before he left for Dongyi, Fan Xian and the emperor had argued for a long time in the palace. In the emperor's opinion, even if Sigurd died, he would not allow Dongyi, which he had guarded for so many years, to surrender to the Qin kingdom without sending out a single soldier or firing an arrow. Fan Xian insisted on his own opinion and used a long time to convince the Qing emperor to let him try. The problem was, he had succeeded on the first try. This reality surprised all the officials in the Qing court. It also made the emperor very happy and even faintly uneasy. His illegitimate child had truly given the world too many surprises. There was doubt and suspicion in the emperor's gaze, but Fan Xian seemed to not feel anything. He smiled bitterly and straightforwardly said, "I don't dare to claim credit. If it weren't for the fact that the Qing kingdom is strong and powerful, Dongyi would only have two paths after Sigejian's death. They would not have lowered their heads and submitted to the Qing kingdom." These words were true. Any diplomatic negotiation was rooted in the foundation of power. Perhaps Northern Qi had the power to contend with the Qing kingdom for many years. However, Dongyi was established as a merchant and was not at all firm. It was like duckweed in the water or a light cloud in the sky. As long as a strong wind blew, it would scatter like duckweed. Under the pressure of the Qing kingdom's powerful national and military power, Dongyi didn't have much of a choice. Fan Xian's success this time was actually the Qing emperor's success. Under his rule was a particularly powerful kingdom. Fan Xian suddenly took a deep breath and said, "As you know, my mother came from Dongyi. Sigejian has some feelings for me." He knew he couldn't hide this from the emperor. He didn't want to hide it, so he might as well say it directly. As expected, the emperor clearly knew about Yi Qingmei's past in Dongyi. After hearing these words, he only smiled slightly and said, "As expected. What requests does Sigejian have for you?" Fan Xian raised his head and said seriously, he hopes that the Dongyi under the Qing kingdom's rule will still be the Dongyi of today. "I allow it." The emperor waved his hand decisively. Without waiting for Fan Xian to say anything, he straightforwardly said, "The Dongyi I want is the present Dongyi. It has become like Jiangnan. What do I want it for?" Fan Xian was incomparably shocked. The problem he and Sigejian were most worried about was not a problem at all in the emperor's heart. What the emperor wanted was the present Dongyi, a Dongyi with a faint sense of self-rule by merchants that carried out large trade deals with overseas. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel boundless admiration for the emperor. Only an emperor with great foresight could tolerate such a situation. The emperor's will and vision were probably broader than he had imagined. Immediately after, the emperor and Fan Xian discussed the details of bringing Dongyi into the territory, as well as the problems that could appear, and related countermeasures. It was gradually getting late, but the lights in the royal study remained bright. The map of the world gradually changed as the father and son discussed it. After a long time, the emperor rubbed his tired eyes and turned his head back to look at the map again. The map of the world had already changed, but this map had not. The emperor quietly said, "I'll be making a new map tomorrow." "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. At this moment, the emperor finally smiled. His palms suddenly slapped heavily on the top of the map. It was a large piece of foreign territory that had been painted green. The bright yellow clothes seemed to carry an unstoppable sense of determination. There is only this piece left in the world. Fan Xian's heart suddenly tightened. The emperor raised the question from earlier for the second time. "And Ji, how do you think I should reward you?" In history, there were many examples of people who had done too much to shock the ruler and died a horrible death. When these examples were unlucky, it was often because of this sentence. Because their contributions were too great and they had already received too many rewards, there was no reward to be given. It was impossible for the person on the throne to give half of the throne to these examples. Thus, without exception, the examples all ran down the road to death. Occasionally, there were examples who jumped out and successfully rebelled, but they were in the minority. Hearing this question, Fan Xian did not feel any fear at all. He only pulled a long face and sank into thought. His contributions this time were not great. Based on what he had said earlier, Dongyi's submission was ultimately because of the Qing kingdom's strength. He was just a primer, an excuse Sigurd Jian used to convince himself. As for his contributions being too great to shock the ruler, forget it. The emperor's self-confidence and narcissism were the first in 1,000 years. In his life, he had never worried about which official or son would be able to surpass him. A powerful emperor would have a strong tolerance towards the people under the dragon throne. However, Fan Xian did indeed have the third problem of the examples. It was the problem of having no reward to give. He was already a first-rate duke and sat in the two great treasuries of the Palace Treasury and Overwatch Council. The power in his hands was 1/3 of the world. What more could the emperor reward him with? Was it really as the people in the diplomatic group secretly guessed that he would be made a king? However, he had to ask for a reward. The entire world was watching Jingdo. If Fan Xian performed the greatest service but didn't have a reward he could take out, the officials would probably all feel bitterly disappointed in the emperor. After a long time, Fan Xian suddenly smiled bitterly. Looking at the emperor by the map, he scratched his head and said self-mockingly, "How about you give Dongi to me?" Of course, this was a joke, a huge joke. At most, being made a king would be an idle prince of Donbua. If he actually gave Dongi away, it would be splitting the land and making him a marquis. The emperor also smiled. However, his smile was not as amusing as Fan Xian had imagined. On the contrary, it carried an indescribable sense of mockery. It looks like Sigurd Jian is truly as he said on Dong Mountain. He wholeheartedly wants you to be the master of the city. Fan Xian's heart chilled. He smiled bitterly and replied, "In any case, the master of the city doesn't care. Let's change it." The emperor couldn't be bothered to continue his conversation. He sat down and picked up a cup of warm tea to slowly sip. Fan Xian stood in front of the emperor and had a headache for a long time. Probingly, he said, "But, someone has to be sent to manage Dongi. How about we have a prince be the master of the city?" In the present Qing kingdom, there was only one prince, the great prince. He had Dongi blood running through his veins and a noble status. Furthermore, if they wanted to subdue the hearts of the Dongi soldiers and civilians, it would be an excellent move for the great prince to be the master of Dongi. We will discuss this matter in the future. The emperor furrowed his brows. It was clear he was moved by Fan Xian's suggestion, but, more than that, he was worried. "I won't enter the Hall of Governmental Affairs," Fan Xian suddenly muttered. "Staying with those old men every day is so boring." The emperor smiled and said, "Sir, he is also in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, isn't he? He is also a young man." These words were just words. The emperor would not allow Fan Xian to give up the power of the Overwatch Council and enter the Hall of Governmental Affairs, destroying his plans for the future of the Qing kingdom. Hearing the emperor's words, the face of the hateful official who watched over Ruoro every day outside the Donbua medical shop immediately rose in front of Fan Xian's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "If your majesty truly wishes to reward me with something, I would like to ask you to grant me 2 edicts." Concerning the matter of the appointed marriage, Fan Xian and the emperor had been in a cold war for over half a year. The moment Fan Xian opened his mouth, the emperor knew what he wanted to say. He thought to himself, "How dare you use your achievements to ask for favors?" His expression became ugly. "1 edict for Ruoro and 1 for Rojia," Fan Xian said in a low voice. "Please allow them to choose their own husbands." The emperor looked at him coldly. A moment later, he suddenly said, "In the matter of Rojia, I will allow you. But I will not allow your sister's marriage." Fan Xian pretended to be angry, but his heart was calm. He knew that the emperor would never relent on this matter because the other party wanted to use this matter to completely suppress him. Unless he relented and used the relationship between father and son and the will of a ruler and official to plead with the other party would certainly not let it go. This was a fit of pique, but it was not just a fit of pique. The emperor wanted to completely control Fan Xian and have him completely lower his head in front of him. The emperor had always clearly felt that his son was different from other sons. He had too many traces of his mother. On the surface, his dead sons were incomparably respectful to him, but in secret, they were thinking of things that were lower than pigs and dogs. And she, on the other hand, had a glimmer of unwillingness to be honest seeping out of his bones. Although the emperor admired Fan Xian's absolute sincerity, he wanted to beat this sincerity into absolute loyalty. There is no need to speak of this matter again. The emperor stared at Fan Xian with a cold expression. He suddenly thought of something and smiled slightly. Just one edict from Rojia is to reward you for today's work. It is indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, I remember that you are still only the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian's heart jumped. He knew the meat of the show had come, but his face was one of confusion. In any case, that old dog Chen Pingping doesn't care. You can directly take over the position of director and let that old man have a good rest. The emperor looked at him with slight mockery and said, "In your early 20s, I have given you the position of director of the Overwatch Council. It can be considered a great kindness. Why don't you quickly give your thanks?" Fan Xian was indeed still only the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. After all these years, under Chen Pingping's purposeful nurturing and delegating of power, he had long grasped the entire Overwatch Council. What difference was there between him and the director? Yet, the emperor was using such a natural and expected promotion to dismiss the merit he had made in Dongyi and block his thoughts of breaking off the marriage. It was truly ungrateful. The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched. It was as if he was angry and wanted to say something disrespectful. In the end, he suppressed his emotions and gave a random bow, gave his thanks, and left the palace. The emperor smiled in the royal study and did not take offense to his son's rudeness. That night, Fan Xian returned to his manor. He did not immediately go to do the second thing. Through the conversation in the royal study, his mood had already relaxed. At least, the seemingly omnipotent emperor could not grasp the minute movements of the entire world. Furthermore, in the battle of tempers and personalities, he had won another battle. Sitting by the side of the bed, he soaked his feet in the scalding hot water to relieve some of his tiredness. Lin Wan-er's face was full of tiredness. She leaned against his shoulder and said, "You didn't even tell us you were coming back. The house was not prepared at all. The servants are all asleep, and you won't wake them up. I'll rest for a few days. I still have to go to Dongyi to take charge." Fan Xian gently held his wife's hand and smiled. "I'm too busy. You also don't know who gave you this name." Lin Wan yawned. She was clearly a woman who had given birth, yet her face still carried a childishness that was difficult to wash away. Particularly her round cheeks, it amused Fan Xian greatly. He gently pinched his wife's cheek and smiled. Other than that person, who would have such a tasteless name? "Why are you in such a good mood today?" Lin Wan-er suddenly made a sound. Fan Xian proudly said, "Today, I asked for a good official. Tomorrow, I will leave the city and go into the garden to chase people away. Did anyone see the happy headquarters yesterday? Tell me, isn't it normal for a middle-aged, vulgar man to like Lin Yichen? Ha 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 ha, one of my greatest wishes is to personally pinch the flesh on Lin Yichen's cheeks." Chapter 650. The large bed in the back of the Fan Manor was still soft. The pair of children were usually treated like little ancestors. At this moment, they were sleeping peacefully under the careful care of the nannies. no one would disturb the people in the main room. Fan Xian was indeed sleepy. He only said a few words to Wan before he sank into the land of dreams. His feet were even soaked in hot water. Lin Wan sighed and rose to put on an unlined robe. She began to continue her work. Jingdo was peaceful in the night. Most people had already entered He Tian's hometown. Only the emperor, who was unusually diligent, was still reading through the memorials sent from the 7 roads and provinces. Although these memorials had already been read twice by the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the emperor was used to scrutinizing everything under the heavens, so his workload was still great. The light in the royal study did not tremble at all, but the door began to tremble. Eunuch Yao led another plain-looking eunuch into the royal study without asking for permission. The emperor raised his head and glanced at the two of them. He furrowed his brows and said, "What did you find?" Eunuch Hong had died on Dong Mountain. Eunuch Ho had died during the Jingdo attack on the palace. The internal court eunuchs were all under Eunuch Yao's control. Although the power of the internal court was not great, because of its special position, its power could not be underestimated. Other than the defense of the palace, the most important responsibility of this department was the bridge through which the emperor secretly controlled the Overwatch Council. This was the Internal Affairs Bureau that had given the Overwatch Council headaches in the past. However, because of Chen Pingping's existence, the internal court appeared rather humble in the eyes of the Overwatch Council and could not be of much use. Later, the emperor had the Imperial Censorate begin to compete with the Overwatch Council. Thus, many people began to forget that the internal court had such a function. Eunuch Yao didn't say anything. He accepted the 2 files from the plain-looking eunuch's hands and placed them on the table in front of the emperor. The files were thin. There was certainly not much content inside. The emperor scanned them lightly. His expression changed slightly before immediately returning to normal. But it was this slight change that caused Eunuch Yao's heart to sink into ice. The emperor's expression did not change even when the eastern mountain collapsed in front of him. Under the siege of 2 great grandmasters, he still talked and laughed without fear. Yet, because of this thin piece of paper, he was moved. It could be imagined that the content inside had a great impact on the emperor's mind. The contents of the paper had nothing to do with the assassination in the floating temple. Even if it was related, it was only the later part. What the internal court had been investigating these 2 years was the whereabouts of the city-guarding crossbows produced by the palace treasury's 3rd workshop that winter. Those city-guarding crossbows in the valley on the outskirts of Jingdo had almost caused Fan Xian to die a tragic death. Later, the emperor and Fan Xian both found out that the attack was done by the Qin family, but these city-guarding crossbows were numbered in the name of the Dingzhou army. The emperor withdrew his gaze from the file and was silent for a long time without saying a word. It was as if he also did not understand this matter. That day, Fan Xian had been assassinated in the outskirts of Jingdo. As a ruler and a father, it was difficult for him to suppress his anger. No matter how he investigated, he could not find anything specific. It was not until today, after the internal court's painstaking investigation, that they discovered that there was a shadow in a wheelchair behind the matter. Other than being shocked, the emperor did not understand. Even someone like him could not understand why that old dog would do such a thing. Furthermore, it was clear that Enji did not know of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so many twists and turns to find a glorious and comfortable path of retreat for that old dog. The emperor rubbed his slightly tense brows and coughed gently. Picking up another file, he glanced at it and asked, "Did that person from Northern Qi also go to Dongyi?" "Yes." The plain-looking internal court investigator said respectfully, "The Duke of Donbua kidnapped the Northern Qi emperor into his hut. Afterward, they met privately by the seaside. As for what exactly they talked about, we were unable to find out. Fan Xian had not reported this matter to the emperor. The emperor looked at the paper and Fan Xian's every move in Dongyi recorded on it. His brows became slightly dark. A moment later, he said, "What else?" The knives that appeared in Qingzhou were indeed produced by the third workshop of the palace treasury, but they were trial models. They had not yet been distributed to the military, so they could not have come from the military. The plain-looking eunuch continued, 3 of those knives appeared. In the end, we only obtained 1. Following the emperor's orders, we sent this knife to Sir Fan Jr. to give him a reminder. Looking at it later, it should have been the person on the grasslands who took the other 2 knives. It looked like he was helping the Duke of Donbua hide something. Xia Mingji and the second young master of the Fan family's cross-border goods have long been watched. They are all daily necessities. These knives shouldn't have come from this channel. Although Eunuch Yao was the head eunuch of the internal court in name, in reality, the internal court's investigations were directly answered to the emperor. Thus, this was the first time he had heard of this seemingly vague but, in reality, shocking news. His face was slightly pale. He knew that if the emperor truly believed the internal court's investigation report, Sir Fan Jr. would probably be in big trouble. The old man in the wheelchair would also not have many good days ahead of him. Contrary to Eunuch Yao's expectations, the emperor smiled coldly. You want to sow discord between the Qin kingdom and Enji with just 3 knives. After these words were said, Eunuch Yao and the plain-looking eunuch quietly met each other's eyes. They both saw the fear in each other's hearts. Everyone in the world knew that Sir Fan Jr. was the emperor's illegitimate child, but no one in the world could say this truth in front of the emperor. Yet, the emperor had brought this matter to light in front of these 2 eunuchs. That little guy in Shangjing is very interesting. The emperor smiled slightly. Using a little bit of Enji's kindness, he actually thought of such a thing. The eunuch swallowed and carefully said, Your Majesty, should we continue investigating? Continue investigating the matter of the attack in the valley. The matter of the Hanging Temple can also be investigated. The emperor closed his eyes tiredly. Don't investigate Enji's side. In the future, if anything leads to him, let it go. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. He didn't understand what role Chen Pingping had played behind his back. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He thought that perhaps Fan Xian's son knew about the role Chen Pingping played, which was why he was in such a hurry to take power by disguise. He believed in Fan Xian's loyalty, just like everyone else in the world. From the perspectives of profit, morality, and nature, Fan Xian would not betray him. The emperor had this confidence. Even if one day, his son learned of the story from many years ago, at most, he would only unleash a sorrowful anger at him and would not betray this country. The next day, there was rain in Jingdou. Fan Xian wore a black robe and walked through the rain. Behind him were the 3 members of the Qinian unit and a group of 6th Bureau swordsmen. Silently, they entered a small alley. After exiting the alley, they circled around and saw the narrow door of the manor. Every time he came to the Yen manor, it seemed to be raining. Perhaps the heavens also knew that the father and son living in this manor were some of the most powerful spies in the world. In the style of darkness and light, they maintained a distance from secular society. He felt some sympathy for them. Jingqingzi Manor was still Jingqingzi Manor. So many years had passed, but the Yen Manor was still so low-key. The emperor's rewards and the court's favor were all not displayed on the surface. Fan Xian took off his wet raincoat at the door. Without waiting for an announcement, he walked directly toward the rear courtyard. Before long, he saw the large fake mountain that blocked his view of the rear courtyard. The first time he had entered the Yen Manor, Fan Xian had noticed this large fake mountain. Although the building did pay attention to the pattern of covering the door and concealing the view, this fake mountain was too big, too fake, too abrupt, and too ugly. It was a 10-day break. Usually, Sir Yen Jr., who was always busy, had a rare moment of leisure. He was playing checkers with his wife. He and Lady Shen had been married for some time, but there was still no news from her stomach. However, Yen Bingyun was not worried. Looking at the situation, the entire Yen Manor was not worried. Seeing Fan Xian's arrival, a glimmer of surprise flashed across Yen Bingyun's face. He knew that Fan Xian had returned to the capital last night, but he had always thought that given the commissioner's laziness, he would either be playing Spring Sleepy in his room or going to Prince Hiching's manor to compete in drinking with the great prince. He had not thought that he would come to his manor. When Sir Yen Jr. was young in Jingdo and later in Shangjing in disguise, he was a famous scholar. He was skilled in the 4 arts. However, in front of Fan Xian, he did not want to display any of his talent or interest. He was like a block of ice, strictly maintaining the division of superiors and subordinates. It was very boring. Thus, Fan Xian did not want to engage in recreational activities outside of official business with him. Every time Fan Xian entered the Yen Manor, it meant that something big was about to happen in the Overwatch Council. "I'm in a good mood today," Fan Xian said with a smile. Lady Shen curtsied hastily toward her husband's immediate superior and returned to the rear courtyard. Shen Zhong's daughter had always had the identity of a female fugitive from northern Qi. A few years ago, she had lived in the Fan Manor for a long time and had a good relationship with the women in the Fan Manor. In front of Fan Xian, she always felt complicated emotions. Naturally, she did not know how to get along. Although no one had ever said anything, Lady Shen knew that her father's death and the destruction of her family was not only because of the Northern Qi royal family's indulgence and Shang Shanhu's murderous intent. It also had a lot to do with the young leader of the Qing Overwatch Council. Watching the woman's figure disappear into the room, Fan Xian's mood sank. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "How is the matter I talked to you about last time? If you want, I can help her get rid of her identity as a fugitive from Northern Qi." Yen Bingyun stood up and stood in the corridor as if looking at the rain and thinking. A moment later, he said in a cold voice, "Don't think that no one in the world knows about the shady business between you and the Northern Qi people. In the past, it didn't matter, but what is the situation now? Once the two sides go to war, what you are doing is aiding the enemy. Instead of quickly washing yourself of it, you still want to use this relationship to gain some benefits. Don't think that just because your identity is special, no one will suspect you of treason." "Treason my ass," Fan Xian scolded laughingly. "Am I not also in a hurry to earn money? Besides, most of the money I don't have to spend myself. You've also seen the account sent to the Hangzhou conference and the River Works Yamen in the past. I don't understand this. In any case, you're giving this money to the court. Why do you have to make a detour in the middle? Most importantly, by avoiding taxes in the middle, the court gets even less money. Fewer procedures means one less bad experience of being skinned alive by officialdom," Fan Xian said. "Furthermore, I like to control these things myself. The palace must know about these things. The emperor has been enduring silently. You know why. Don't go overboard." Yen Bingyun couldn't resist reminding him. "The eldest princess can get it, but I can't." Fan Xian said. "The monk can touch, so can I. Why did you change the topic again? Are you willing to do what I asked you earlier? If you are, then I have to quickly send a letter to Shangjing. Her family is all dead. In any case, she won't return to Northern Qi. Why care about that?" Yen Bingyun shook his head. "There will always be a day when one returns to one's homeland." Fan Xian smiled and patted his shoulder. "Find a quiet place. There are some important things I need to discuss with you. Yan Bingyun's expression immediately became serious. Let's do it here. No one in my manor would dare to eavesdrop on anything. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and acknowledged the other's confidence. Yan Ruohai was a spy the Overwatch Council had placed in the military for decades. Yan Bingyun was also one of the most successful spies in the history of the Qin Kingdom. Such a father and son pair would certainly have sharp eyes and would not allow an unreliable person to remain in the manor. I am about to take over the position of director, Fan Xian said quietly as he looked at the drizzle sliding down the corridor. There was no expression of surprise on Yan Bingyun's face. Chen Pingping had long stopped looking at matters. There was no difference between Fan Xian and the director. As for whether or not he would immediately take over the position of commissioner, he did not care much about this matter. Since Fan Xian had spoken, after a moment of silence, he still said, "Congratulations." Fan Xian lowered his head and quietly said, "That is why I need you to quickly draw up a plan. I want to be a true director." Yan Bingyun's gaze froze and he stared at him quietly. It was as if he wanted to discern the other party's true meaning from his words. Including your father, the bald head of the 7th Bureau, and even the old servant by the old cripple's side, their control over the council is far above what we can imagine. Fan Xian seemed to not feel his gaze and coldly said, "If I want to be a true director, I have to let the old comrades rest completely. These people must be kept out of council affairs." You mean to have Director Chen completely break away from the Overwatch Council so that even if he wanted to extend his hand, he wouldn't be able to? That is exactly what I mean. Even with Yan Bingyun's calmness, he couldn't help but feel boundless shock. He stared at Fan Xian in a daze, not knowing why he would suddenly have such a thought. A moment later, he smiled angrily and said, "You want me to deal with my own father? It's a metabolism." Fan Xian smiled. "It has nothing to do with dealing. It's just separation." "I need a reason," Fan Xian said after a moment of silence. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "I'll tell you a story about the wind and snow in the valley." After finishing the story, Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyun. "I don't understand." Yan Bingyun's expression was rather ugly. The old director cherished him so much. How could he do those things? "I also don't believe it." Fan Xian lowered his head in pain. But the emperor seemed to have found something. If the emperor truly believed this and the old cripple really wanted to kill me, what do you think the conclusion would be? The emperor once summoned you into the palace. You are one of the 7 gentlemen in his heart. Qin Heng is dead, but there are still 6 of you young people. Help me with this and have the Overwatch Council truly fall into my hands. Sitting in the carriage heading out of the city, Fan Xian began to smile proudly again. Last night, he had tricked the emperor. Today, he had relied on his superb acting skills to trick Yan Bingyun. With this Overwatch Council official taking action, in addition to his conversation with Chen Pingping in a moment, presumably the matter he worried about the most would become a story that would never happen because of the Overwatch Council's complete reorganization. Behind the attack in the valley was the shadow of the Overwatch Council. If Yan Ruohai had not reported to Chen Pingping and cooperated with the Qin family, it would have been impossible for the Qin family's private soldiers at Shao Mountain and Qin Heng's concealment of the Jingdou garrison to calculate the path of Fan Xian's carriages from Jiangnan, much less launch such a fierce attack. If Chen Pingping wanted to kill Fan Xian, this alone was enough. Fan Xian had used this story to convince Yan Bingyun of his sincerity. He had also made Yan Bingyun believe that he had no intention of revenge. He only wanted to follow his old example of attacking the second prince and strike first, allowing the old director to retire peacefully. The reason he had to make such a detour was because of the matter of the shadow and Yi Qingmei. Fan Xian would not tell anyone even if he was beaten to death. He could not tell Yan Bingyun. He could not even tell his wife. How many people in the world know that you once wanted to kill me? Fan Xian sat in the quiet room in Qin Garden with a smile on his face. He listened to the babbling of a distant relative and looked at the elderly Chen Pingping beside him. Chen Pingping's expression was calm. He glanced at him coldly and said, "In order to force me to leave Jingdou, you're willing to do so. That matter was done by Yan Ruohai. Will Yan Bingyun investigate?" "I'm not hoping for him to investigate. I'm just hoping for you to quickly return home to find your first love." Fan Xian laughed loudly. "You should know that starting tomorrow, I will be the director of the Overwatch Council. You are just a lonely old man who has retired early. What will you use to fight me?" After these words were said, Fan Xian suddenly fell silent. He said heavily, "You promised me to let go at the beginning. You said you had thought it through, but you didn't, so I can only force you to leave. You bastard." Chen Pingping coughed as he cursed. "I don't care about anything anymore, and you're still worried." Chapter 651. Canvassing for votes was really tiring, but I still had to do it. This was because monthly votes were like stubborn horses. If you didn't use all your strength, they wouldn't move forward. However, I was really out of words. I had to save the golden sentence for canvassing for votes for the last day. Of course, the main purpose of that sentence was just for fun. Speaking of which, what kind of attitude should I use to convince everyone to vote for me? I didn't know. Although I wrote a lot this month, it definitely wasn't a lot. It was just a bit faster for me. At the same time, it was naturally a bit crude. If I wanted to fight for feelings, I felt that after writing about the year of Qingyu for a year and a half, I was afraid that Xu Fei's feelings would be too mushy and I would write my proclamation for canvassing for votes into Qiangyao prose. Ha! The flames of war spread through October. Monthly votes were worth 1,000 taels of gold. The position on the monthly votes list was dangerous. Those at the front were at a disadvantage, and those at the back were greatly frightened. After thinking about it, I could only sincerely say, I need monthly votes. Those who are willing to vote for me, please help me out. Chapter 652. One person's sorrow could not make the entire Qin garden fall. The sorrow on Fan Xian's face always made one feel it was mischievous and mocking. Chen Pingping sat in the wheelchair and looked at the young man in front of him. He couldn't resist smiling. It had been 5 years since Fan Xian first saw Chen Pingping. During these 5 years, he had seen Chen Pingping grow old and silent. He had experienced the terror of this elder, but he had never realized that Chen Pingping's smile would one day appear so pure as a child's. For some reason, the dark aura that usually shrouded the wheelchair had long since disappeared. Today, Chen Pingping looked like a believer who had been a vegetarian for his entire life. His entire body exuded a refreshing and pleasant aura, as if he was transparent from the inside out. Fan Xian stared at his face in a daze. He knew that one's appearance came from one's heart, but he didn't know what kind of mental journey had made Chen Pingping become like this. The old man's eyes were slightly indifferent, but they were not the emotionless coldness. They were calm as he looked at Fan Xian lightly. Slowly, he said, "Other than that poison, what else is there?" "There's a lot more. We've talked about it before." Fan Xian sighed and stared into Chen Pingping's eyes. "You had Sir Fei pass by Dongyi and did everything in his power to protect Siga Jian's life." From this point on, Fan Xian no longer used a questioning tone. Instead, he began to speak each word like he was stating a fact. He did everything in his power to prolong your life because he could see clearly that the longer you lived, the greater the chance of you and the emperor falling out, Fan Xian continued with his head lowered. Fan Xian lowered his head and continued, you allowed Sigurd to live this long because you had long planned to have the sword hut reveal the shadow's identity and force the emperor to act against you. Force. Chen Pingping smiled as if he had heard an interesting word. Fan Xian was not moved by the old man's smile. He sighed and said, as for your poisoning 3 years ago, it seems very clear now. You used this to not enter the capital and allowed the eldest princess and Empress Dowager to mess around in Jingdo. Nominally, you were obeying the emperor's secret edict and letting the dogs into the courtyard. In reality, you had a bigger plan. He laughed at himself and said, I was in a critical situation at that time, so I didn't think too deeply about it. Only later did I understand. The eldest princess chief strategist, Yuan Hongdao, and the old Qin master's most trusted Overwatch Council spy, Yan Ruohai, were all your trusted aides. Although you were in the wilderness, you were clear about the situation of the rebellion. With these two people secretly helping you, if you wanted to help the emperor control the situation, Jingdo would not have fallen into such chaos. Chen Pingping laughed, his voice a little sharp. Then tell me, why didn't I control the situation? You wanted the situation to be a bit more chaotic. You wanted everyone in the palace to die. Fan Xian lowered his head and faintly said, the emperor set a fire, but you allowed the fire to burn too brightly. Too many people died. You were hoping that in the end, when the world turned white, only boss and I would be left to clean up the mess. The problem is, there's one thing you haven't explained. Why did I betray His Majesty? Do I have the power to make it so that only you and Prince Heqing remain in Jingdo? You have this ability. I have never doubted this. If the emperor had actually died on Dong Mountain, Yuan Hongdao and Yan Ruohai would not have been able to be used at all. You would have directly abandoned Yuan Hongdao. Fan Xian looked at Chen Pingping and felt a strange taste rise in his mouth. It was slightly bitter and sour. As for why you betrayed the emperor, you and I both know. Chen Pingping laughed and patted the arms of the wheelchair. It was like he was patting a strong diabolo in the wind, making a buzzing sound. He was silent for a long time. He stared fixedly into Fan Xian's eyes like he was staring at a similarly young person many years ago. Darkly, he said, shouldn't I? Fan Xian was silent. He had no idea how to respond to this question. As his son, he couldn't say he shouldn't. He had always been shocked by Chen Pingping's bone-deep longing for Yi Qingmei and his desire for revenge that could burn everything. Chen Pingping was the emperor's closest official. Ever since he was young, he had served in King Cheng's manor. He and Yi Qingmei met very late and presumably did not spend much time together. It was because of this woman who was like a passerby in his life that the leader of the darkest special forces in the world hid a dagger in his heart for over 20 years. It pierced his heart and everyone's hearts. Chen Pingping suddenly lay back tiredly on the wheelchair and said, you don't understand the past. You don't understand. Fan Xian had not personally participated in the events of the past, so he did not easily say he understood. He was silent, calculating, and enduring silently. He had no idea how to deal with it. If there was only hatred between people, perhaps this world would be much simpler. However, the relationships between people were always so complicated. I also understand the second reason you took the poison. Fan Xian looked at Chen Pingping's eyes that were as still as an ancient well. Suddenly, his heart throbbed with pain. He felt that the matters of the world were indeed somewhat hurtful. You had thought that the emperor would never be able to return from Dong Mountain. You have also destroyed his kingdom. You have been ruler and official for a lifetime. You should accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. You can consider it fulfilling your duty as ruler and official. Chen Pingping closed his eyes and said, "After all, I have watched the emperor grow from a child to an emperor. I understand him too well. He is someone who is afraid of being alone. I am worried that he will be afraid on the road to the underworld alone, so I want to accompany him." Accompany him. Fan Xian's voice became harsh. He has killed enough people. There will be many people accompanying him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Do you need to be like this? He calmed his emotions and said in a heavy voice, "Furthermore, he is not dead. It is always very difficult for a person to die." For the first time in front of Fan Xian, Chen Pingping sighed and said these words. Looking at him, he slowly said, "I have never underestimated the emperor. Before and during my plans, I have always been cautious and prepared for all possibilities of failure. Even if I failed, I would not leave behind anything that could be used against me or drag you down." Fan Xian looked at Chen Pingping. A powerful feeling of worship suddenly rose in his heart. He was too familiar with this old cripple. There were many things that he had not hidden from him. Thus, he knew more about what Chen Pingping had done than the emperor in the palace. In this world, Chen Pingping was probably the only person who could secretly plot against His Majesty and hide it from His Majesty. The founder of the Overwatch Council was truly too powerful when it came to scheming. He was so powerful that he did not have to purposely weave anything. He just went with the flow of the world and occasionally smeared a few dark colors. He had once caused the emperor and the Qing kingdom to sink into a situation that could be beyond redemption. However, the emperor's own strength was too powerful. He was powerful to the point where he could easily tear apart all schemes and schemes. However, Chen Pingping was truly powerful. Even so, he still did not reveal any tiny loopholes. He had even arranged an escape route many years ago. Chen Pingping did not care about life or death. What he cared about was Fan Xian's safety after his death. That was why, starting from the Hanging Temple and after the shadow accidentally stabbed Fan Xian, he began to arrange everything, including the attack in the valley and even the matter in the palace. He was cutting off Fan Xian and Fan Xian. Even if it came to light in the future, these things that were hidden in the depths would become a cleavage between Chen Pingping and Fan Xian. In front of the evidence that he had painstakingly found, the emperor would believe that Chen Pingping wanted to kill Fan Xian and that Fan Xian had nothing to do with Chen Pingping's matter. As for why Chen Pingping wanted to kill Fan Xian, that was a question for the emperor to ponder. Fan Xian had been heavily injured in the Hanging Temple incident and almost died. The valley was also extremely dangerous. These two pieces of evidence were too powerful. Fan Xian could feel Chen Pingping's painstaking efforts. Looking at his old face and sensing the fresh air that rose from his heart was moved, but he didn't know what to say. Chen Pingping's expression was incomparably calm. "You should have already thought through these things 3 years ago. That day, before the Qin garden recovered, you also said something similar. Why are you doing it again today? The emperor will always be suspicious, particularly after you played such a trick in Dongyi," Fan Xian said. "I can only come to clarify these things with you. The Dongyi matter was arranged 3 years ago. After I promised you to let go, I already let go," Chen Pingping said with a smile. "I don't care. Since you want to let go, then be more thorough," Fan Xian said. "The emperor has already made me the director of the Overwatch Council. You can completely retire." "Retire? That would be no different from my current life." Fan Xian smiled strangely. "You still dare to say such words in front of me? If you are not willing, even if I am the director of the Overwatch Council for another 10 years, the Overwatch Council will still be yours." "Oh, no." Chen Pingping also smiled. "The Overwatch Council is the emperor's." "Oh, no." Fan Xian mimicked his tone and sighed. 20% of the Overwatch Council is the Emperor's, 30% is mine, and the other half is yours. It will always be yours. Having been in the Overwatch Council for so long, Fan Xian knew the frightening degree of control the old cripple in front of him had over the Overwatch Council. The so-called Emperor's private special forces had long become his private organization under Chen Pingping's old hands. This was because the Emperor had never doubted the loyal dogs at his side. It was also because Chen Pingping's prestige in the Overwatch Council was too high. There were too many officials who swore loyalty to him. Fan Xian did not doubt one thing. If the palace issued an edict to deal with Chen Pingping, people like Yan Ruohai and the bald head of the 7th Bureau would not even think before standing behind Chen Pingping. Everything for the Qin Kingdom. In the hearts of the Overwatch Council officials, perhaps the Qin Kingdom was the Emperor. In the hearts of the middle-level officials who truly held power, other than Chen Pingping, there was no one else. What exactly do you want to do? Chen Pingping asked as he looked at Fan Xian with an expression of admiration. This seemed to be a normal question, but it was also like some kind of change between the two Overwatch Council directors. Fan Xian suddenly hung his head dejectedly and said, "Before I came today, I had already seen Yan Bingyun. I had him begin to prepare to gather the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council, as well as the 4th Bureau's branches in the various counties, and cut off all possibilities of you extending into the council. However, I know that if you don't pull back, just Yan Bingyun and I alone will not be able to do much. Have Yan Bingyun deal with his old man." Chen Pingping chuckled. "That's not a bad move. Although, the old man he has to deal with will certainly be much more than he imagines." The old man he spoke of referred to the upper echelon of the Overwatch Council officials who were completely loyal to Chen Pingping. Fan Xian sat forward and gently held Chen Pingping's tightly furrowed hands. "Let go. If you let go, why are you still holding on to my hand?" Chen Pingping smiled slightly. "You can try to cut off the hand I extend into the council. However, I can promise you that the old men are more powerful than you imagine." Those old men were the first nest of eggs the Overwatch Council had laid at the beginning of the Dragon Flag. They had countless disciples in the council. It would be incomparably difficult to clean out these old men. Fan Xian cursed in his heart. On the surface, he said angrily, "You said that the two of us have gotten along well these years. We are no different from father and son. Is there a need to fight a battle with me at this time? The key question is, you still haven't convinced me. Why should I let go?" Chen Pingping's gaze was very interesting. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "The Emperor has already begun to investigate the attack in the valley and the Hanging Temple matter. One day, he will suspect you. Even if he can't find any evidence, this matter is always dangerous. Furthermore, you know that the Emperor's personality has changed a lot ever since so many people died in the palace. If it had been in the past, he would probably have used lightning-fast methods the moment his suspicions grew. However, he has never done so." These words were true. The Overwatch Council was one of the powers the Emperor relied on the most. His trust in Chen Pingping was also an anomaly in the world. Once he discovered that Chen Pingping had other intentions in his heart, if it had been the Emperor of the past, he would probably have flown into a rage long ago. "We've talked about this topic before." Chen Pingping nodded. "The Emperor has some affection for me. Even if he has some suspicions, he can't bear to act directly. He would rather wait for me to die of old age." "Yes, the problem is that you never die," Fan Xian nodded. "It's fine if you don't die, but your heart doesn't die either. So, I can only ask you to leave Jingdo and return to your hometown to find your first love." Chen Pingping smiled and scolded. He then suddenly asked, "If I don't retreat, what will you do?" "I will begin to act," Fan Xian said after a moment of silence. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "Even if I have to make a mess in the Overwatch Council, I will still beat you down." "With what reason?" "Of course, it is because I found that Director Chen's shadow was behind the attack in the valley. As a prince and the next director of the Overwatch Council, I attacked with hatred and wanted to put you to death," Fan Xian said with his head lowered. Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "Regardless of whether or not I can win in the end, the Emperor will always think that I have also found out about this matter and will watch me fight. In the end, he will issue an edict to chase you out of the capital. On one hand, it fulfills my wishes and fills my grudge. On the other hand, it protects your life and completes the affection between you two." Chen Pingping's grizzled brows rose. "Thinking about it, you also used this matter to convince Yan Bingyun?" Fan Xian nodded. "Using a non-existent grudge to hide the true danger within." Chen Pingping thought for a long time and then nodded. "You've improved a lot compared to before." Fan Xian smiled and said, "I thought about it for a month. Knowing that the internal court had begun to investigate the valley matter, I thought of using this point." Chen Pingping smiled tiredly. He knew what Fan Xian was worried about and why he had to go through so much trouble to force him to leave Jingdou. Just as Fan Xian's heart had been moved earlier, this head of special agents, who had been alone and bitter his entire life, suddenly felt his heart become much warmer. "I promise you, I will leave Jingdou." Chen Pingping gently patted Fan Xian's hand. Fan Xian was overjoyed and chuckled. He then said, "This shouldn't be a problem. Once in the Hanging Temple and once in the valley. Both times, I almost died through your hands. No matter what the internal court finds, it will only be a footnote for you to quietly leave Jingdou. Thinking of when you charged into Qin Garden in a wheelchair and yelled at me, it was very interesting," Chen Pingping said with a slight smile. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. At the time, he truly didn't understand why Chen Pingping wanted to do these things. It was only later when the eldest princess completely enlightened him that he understood exactly what Chen Pingping wanted to do and why he had been carefully preparing to completely sever ties with him. "The Taiping courtyard murder case was done by Qin Yi, right?" Fan Xian suddenly said. Chen Pingping glanced at him and lightly said, "Qin Yi is only one of the Emperor's dogs." Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, "In the end, the Qin family wanted to rebel because of my existence. Of course, you are Yi Qingmei's son." Chen Pingping smiled. Qin Yi, that old dog, had been hidden by the Emperor for many years, but he understood the Emperor's intentions too well. If the Emperor planned on using you in an important position, then he would not have let you know the story from back then. Qin Yi was the only surviving loophole in that story. The Emperor wanted to help you ascend the throne and preserve the relationship between you and your father, so he had to silence you. Qin Yi had to die, Chen Pingping calmly said. Thus, Qin Yi had no choice but to rebel. In the past, Chen Pingping had always insisted on not saying these things to Fan Xian. However, now that it had come to this, there was no longer a need to hide it. He no longer wanted to drag Fan Xian into the dirty water of the past. As expected, Fan Xian took a deep breath. The warm air of spring entered his lungs, but it burned his chest. Although he had long guessed these things, hearing Chen Pingping personally confirm it still made it difficult for him to suppress the burning. 3 years ago, you asked why the Qin family rebelled. Chen Pingping suddenly looked at him with great interest. Given your vision, you shouldn't be able to see so far. Who reminded you? Fan Jian. Father would never tell me these things. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. It was the eldest princess. This name came out of Fan Xian's lips. Chen Pingping also became quieter. His gaze looked at the green trees outside the window. Lightly, he said, that crazy girl was also a remarkable figure. She had no idea what had happened back then, yet she was able to guess the past from these details. Truly impressive. During the Jingdo Rebellion, were you in contact with the eldest princess? Fan Xian asked a question he had hidden for a long time. At the time, the Overwatch Council's reaction was truly strange. Even if it was part of the Emperor's plan to have Chen Pingping lure out the unstable elements in Jingdo, Chen Pingping's response was too strange. Particularly on the eldest princess's side, it seemed that she had never purposefully paid attention to the direction of the Overwatch Council. No, Chen Pingping said with his eyes closed. There are many things that do not need to be in contact. We only need to guess each other's intentions and goals. The most ingenious plan in the world is just a flash of inspiration without any warning. Once each person's intentions come together, once it falls on paper, it falls short. Concerning these things, you have to learn well from your dead mother-in-law, Chen Pingping said with a slight smile as he opened his eyes. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Chen Pingping suddenly asked quietly, now that you know enough, what do you plan to do in the future? Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, I don't know. Chen Pingping sighed with slight disappointment. Is there evidence? Fan Xian's voice trembled slightly. Even a little bit of evidence. There are many things in this world that do not need evidence. Only intentions are needed. I only confirmed that person's intentions a few years ago and confirmed my own intentions. Chen Pingping's words had some similarities to Sigejian's way of the sword. That day, the army marched to the west. The emperor was near Dingzhou. Your father was also with the army. The northern Qi army suddenly moved south. I led the Overwatch Council north to Yanjing. Yi Zhong was also moved to the rear of the Western Army. Chen Pingping only coldly stated a fact. Most importantly, your mother had just given birth to you and was weak after giving birth. Fan Xian's brows gradually furrowed. What about Uncle Wu Zhu? I still don't understand why he would leave his mother's side at that time. Someone from the temple came. Chen Pingping smiled slightly. An emissary appeared on the land. Although I'm not sure exactly where your mother came from, I can guess that she, Wu Zhu, and the temple have always had some connection. Furthermore, Wu Zhu has always been very afraid of anything related to the temple. Someone from the temple came more than once. It was at least 2 times. I know of 2 times. Chen Pingping sighed. Each time they came, Wu Zhu killed them. At that time, it seemed that the only people who could threaten your mother were the people from the temple. Wu Zhu did not allow those people from the temple to come within 100 li of your mother. So, Wu Zhu left. But, your mother still died. Died, at the hands of one of our own. Chen Pingping smiled strangely. He enunciated the words one of our own with a particularly heavy tone. Fan Xian also smiled. His smile was particularly sincere. He then stood up and patted Chen Pingping's shoulder. I had long guessed these things. It is only after hearing them from your mouth that I realized they felt so real. Alright, don't think about these things anymore. Chen Pingping smiled and asked, the chest should still be in your hands, right? Where is Wu Zhu? Fan Xian smiled somewhat bitterly. A moment later, he said, the chest is not here. Uncle Wu Zhu had business and left. Chen Pingping made a sound of acknowledgement. Once again, he did not hide his faint disappointment in front of Fan Xian. Fan Xian suddenly asked with slight surprise, you knew, the chest was in my hands. Your father also knew, Chen Pingping said. That's why your father didn't know. Fan Xian's expression changed slightly. It took a long time for him to digest the shock in his heart. He thought of how his father, who had already retired, had done countless things for him in secret. Involuntarily, a glimmer of nostalgia rose in his heart. Once again, he patted Chin Pingping's thin shoulder and smiled. "You want me to learn from the dead eldest princess? I think you should learn from my still living father. When it's time to let go, let go. When it's time to retreat, retreat." He placed his 2 hands on Chin Pingping's shoulders and used a little force. "Leave the future matters to me." Chin Pingping smiled and didn't say anything. He only thought to himself that given this child's personality, he would probably continue to watch and endure. However, he didn't know how long he would have to watch and endure for. There were many bitter lovers in the world, and someone with Fan Xian's background was, without question, the most bitter kind. Thinking of this, Chin Pingping suddenly felt that his and Fan Xian's 20 years of hard work had not been in vain. At least, Fan Xian had grown up healthily. Furthermore, he had grown up quickly. It seemed that he had only spent one night. Regarding Fan Xian, it is truly very painful for me to write. Many times, I am thinking about what I would do if I were Fan Xian. However, I can't find an answer. Although the outline has long been decided, it is still very difficult to continue writing. I will try harder to think and think. Chapter 653. The sky had darkened in an instant, but there were still no tears. Fan Xian's expression was slightly dark. He half leaned against the window and looked at the mountain path and the well-protected green hills and wild forests on the outskirts of the capital. He was silent for a long time without saying a word. The black carriage followed the flat but undulating stone path and drove diagonally onto the official road, leaving the boundaries of Qin Garden. However, Fan Xian's expression did not relax. The Overwatch Council officials around him looked at the still handsome but particularly indifferent face by the window. They all felt a strange chill in their hearts. They didn't know what had happened in Qin Garden, what the old director and the commissioner had said, or why the commissioner's expression was so serious today. The carriage drove silently on the official road toward Jingdou. Along the way, it occasionally came across commoners entering the city or young men and women from the families of officials returning from a walk. These black carriages were like a silent warning light. When everyone saw them, they hurriedly moved to the side and made way for the black carriages. The commoners were naturally respectful toward the officials, but the young nobles, who were usually not afraid of anything, knew the identity and power these black carriages represented. The nobles in Jingdou had many eyes and ears. They knew that Sir Fan Jr. had rushed back to Jingdou from Dongyi last night. In this world, no one dared to offend Fan Xian. Even these young nobles, who had been trained to be incomparably arrogant by their hormones, could only restrain their qi and focus in front of these black carriages and not make a sound. Sir Fan Jr. was famous for being ruthless and arrogant. He didn't care which lady or duke stood behind these young men. 4 or 5 years ago, outside Baoyue brothel, Fan Xian had broken the legs of a dozen little brats. This story had long shocked the hearts of all the other little brats. Fan Xian did not notice the movement on the official road. He also did not look at the timid young men who had stopped their horses to the side. He only looked silently at the scenery by the side of the official road with an unusually heavy heart. In the past, guessing was just guessing and thinking was just thinking. His elders had never said anything to him, so he could temporarily pretend he didn't know any of this and was only preparing in secret. He could only treat it as an unconscious action and not from the bottom of his heart and torment for some clear goal. But now, everything was laid out clearly in front of him. He had to face the story of the past and make his own choice. At this time, the black carriage had reached a fork in the road. Not far ahead was the majestic city of the capital. On the left was a quiet and secluded road, hidden by the green bamboo forest. Where should they go? Turn left. Fan Xian, who was leaning against the window, narrowed his eyes and softly instructed. Mu Feng glanced at him and didn't dare to say anything. He made a hand gesture and the 3 black carriages quickly turned left into the bamboo forest and disappeared from everyone's sight. Not far into this road, the green bamboos gradually became sparse, and one could see the clear green jade-like river on the side of the road. The river flowed slowly, and if one did not look carefully, one would think that it was a lake. It was the Lujing River that passed through the city, circled around the city, and finally reached the Tsang Mountains in the west. Somewhere upstream, this river gathered colorful lanterns on the pleasure boats, and gathered half of Jingdo's erotic prosperity. Even though Fan Xian's Baoyue brothel had suddenly risen, it still did not completely steal away the flavor of this river. By the time the Lujing River reached the outskirts of Jingdo and came to this bamboo forest and green trees, it was already much quieter and quieter, particularly the courtyard on the small peninsula across the river. In this bright and beautiful spring, it suffused with a fresh and elegant flavor and added a sense of being aloof from the world and independent. Taiping Courtyard, the courtyard of the mistress of the Yi family. Later, it became the courtyard of the royal family. During the Jingdo Rebellion, the eldest princess had once lived there for 2 days. She had only stayed there for 2 days before the courtyard returned to its silence. It was as if no one had ever lived there. Fan Xian got off the carriage and looked calmly at the courtyard. He thought of the people who had once lived in the courtyard and became absent-minded for a moment. After the Jingdo Rebellion had been quelled, the emperor had hinted twice that he was going to bestow this courtyard to Fan Xian again. Fan Xian knew that it was best not for him to bring up this matter, so he had always treated it calmly. For some reason, this matter never came to fruition in the end. In the summer of the 5th year of the Qin calendar, after staying a night in the Fan clan's country estate outside the city, Fan Xian had brought his sister here and kowtowed twice to Taiping Courtyard to express his sorrow. He did not go in because he knew that the emperor had a different kind of feeling toward this courtyard and a different kind of fear. Later, Fan Xian still went in. He and Uncle Wu Zhu found the bullets for the heavy sniper rifle in a secret room in Taiping Courtyard. They also wandered inside for a long time. The 2 of them did not care about the royal guards at all. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze shone through the faint moisture on the river. It was as if he was going to pierce through the greenish-gray walls of Taiping Courtyard and see everything inside. There was no grave inside. This was a fact that Fan Xian had long confirmed. His father, Fan Jian, had once told him in private that Yi Qingmei's grave was in a secluded place. Later, he had pointed out that it was in Taiping Courtyard, but it was not there. Later, Fan Xian thought it was in the royal palace, but it was not there either. There was only a painting of a yellow-clothed woman. Yi Qingmei was no longer in this world. It was not important where she was buried. However, Fan Xian would occasionally think of a question. Was the emperor also afraid to face the wisp of soul underground? Fan Xian sat down by the river and lifted the front of his long robe to his knees. Very neatly, he said seriously, I am thinking about some things here. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, sir. Mu Feng and a few of the Qinian unit close to him lowered their heads and accepted the order at the same time. Leading the guards around them, they dispersed into the depths of the bamboo forest until Fan Xian could not see them and they could not see the riverside. Don't let anyone disturb him, including these subordinates. Mu Feng and the others understood Fan Xian's thoughts. However, they did not understand his current mood. They retreated to a place far away and warily watched the movements on the roads around them. Sealing off the sound of the wind, they silently guessed in their hearts. The courtyard across the river was once the mistress of the Yi family's residence. This was something all the old Jingdo people knew. The mistress of the Yi family was Sir Fan Jr.'s birth mother. This was something the entire world already knew. Sir Fan Jr. had chosen to meditate here. Naturally, the things he was thinking about were thorny and important. After sitting for an indeterminable amount of time, Fan Xian finally felt that he was tired from sitting. The secluded forest, green bamboo, gray courtyard, still water, moss, stone, and floating leaves had all become a joke. The stone under his butt suddenly seemed particularly sharp and painful. He stood and patted the dust behind him. Furrowing his brows, he shook his head but did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked a few steps toward the riverside. Lowering his body, he scooped up a handful of slightly cold river water and splashed it on his face. It was as if he wanted to make the burning heat on his face colder. At this moment, a handkerchief was extended from the side. It was as if she wanted him to wipe away the water droplets on his face. Fan Xian was not surprised at all. Accepting the handkerchief, he randomly wiped at his face. He then reached into the river and wrung it a few times until it was slightly wet and cold. Only then did he return it with a smile and say, "You're most afraid of heat. Chill your face a bit." Fan Ruoruo, dressed in plain white clothing, smiled and accepted the wet handkerchief from her brother's hand. Carefully, she wiped at her ears and cheeks. It looked like she had come in a hurry. The usual frost on her face was now completely wiped away by the flush on her cheeks. "Why have you come?" Fan Xian turned and walked toward the riverbank. Very naturally, he stretched out his hand, wanting to hold his sister's hand to prevent her from falling. Unexpectedly, Fan Ruoruo did not see her brother's outstretched hand and had already walked forward. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Looks like he didn't hide anything back then. You've only been studying for a short time, but your body is much better than before." Fan Ruoruo smiled and didn't respond to this question. She replied to Fan Xian's earlier words, "Brother, you just came back last night. Why did you run out again today? Someone in Jingdo is looking for you on urgent business. Sister-in-law just had to enter the palace." The Ting family was annoyed by that person and had no choice but to find the medical shop. "I went to the first bureau to ask around and found out that you had left the city. I was just about to go to Chin Garden when I saw Mu Feng at the intersection. I knew you must be here, so I got out of the car to find you." The people in the council shouldn't know that Fan Xian had come to Chin Garden. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to such small matters. He asked, "What is it that you're looking for me so urgently?" As the brother and sister spoke, they sat down. Just like 5 years ago, they faced the far end of the river. "It's nothing urgent. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you," Fan Ruoruo said with a slight smile. Fan Ruoruo said with a slight smile. Actually, if that person was bothering Miss Fan, it must be an extremely important matter. However, this intelligent girl had discovered that her brother had come to Taiping Courtyard to meditate. She must have even more trouble in her heart. She didn't want to bother him with matters of officialdom. Fan Xian thought that it was indeed impossible for anything important to happen in the officialdom of the Qin kingdom. He couldn't help smiling and shaking his head. "Since it's not something important, it's good for you to sit with me. I was just finding it a bit stuffy sitting alone." They sat for another hour. Fan Xian had some thoughts in his heart, so he didn't want to speak. He only felt that having a sister who completely trusted him sitting by his side could indeed help his emotions stabilize a bit. Fan Ruoruo didn't have any other thoughts. She only faintly thought that as long as she could sit quietly by her brother's side, it would be fine. After a long time, the sun had long passed through the top of the bamboo forest and slowly moved toward the west. The faint light became countless mottled shadows and hit the brother and sister's faces. Fan Xian's eyes happened to be blinded by the patches of light. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and sigh. Fan Ruoro's heart jumped. She heard too much distress, hatred, helplessness, and heaviness in this sigh. She lowered her head slightly and thought for a long time. She then said, "Perhaps it's better to say what's on your mind." Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then suddenly opened his mouth and said, "My birth mother was Yi Qingmei." Fan Ruoro was slightly startled and raised her eyes to look at him. She thought to herself that in the entire world, she was probably one of the first to know this secret. Why was her brother repeating it now? She knew that Fan Xian would certainly have something else to say, so she only made a quiet hum and didn't express her confusion. "Back then, I brought you here to worship the distant river. I worshipped her for bestowing this physical body on me so that I could live in this world," Fan Xian said quietly. Fan Xian said calmly, "I have come to see from afar today because I respect her actions in the past. I respect her for leaving me, her son, so many benefits. She has also given the people of this world different possibilities and more choices." Fan Ruoro listened quietly to the side. "In my life, I've never seen her appearance or heard her voice, but I've seen too many of the marks she left behind." Fan Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then continued, "I've also seen a great deal on this trip to Dongyi. Thus, the image of her in my heart is becoming clearer and clearer. I'm also becoming more and more used to seeing her as my mother." He added in his heart, even though she didn't seem to be much older than him. "If someone harmed her back then, what do you think I, as a son, should do?" Fan Xian's brows were furrowed tightly. His brows were filled with gloom. Fan Ruoro suddenly felt nervous. Tightly gripping the wet handkerchief in her hand, she said in a trembling voice, "Didn't those people all die? The Empress Dowager has also passed on a long time ago. Naturally, the Empress Dowager had to die." Fan Xian didn't tell his sister that the Empress Dowager had actually died at his hands. He smiled slightly mockingly and said, "But there are still some people who should have died who didn't." Fan Ruoro didn't open her mouth to ask. She had a strong feeling that she would certainly hear a name that would make her heart jump. "I guessed a long time ago that the Emperor was my father," Fan Xian said. "However, in the first 2 years, I didn't see him as my father at all. Not only him, but it was also very difficult for me to see Yi Qingmei as my mother. This has nothing to do with what happened back then. It's not that I felt a sense of defeat from being abandoned. This is something that cannot be explained clearly. When he came into this world, he had already taken his soul with him. However, the relationships between people are always forged by time. This has nothing to do with blood or closeness," Fan Xian said tiredly with his head lowered. "Just like how I have seen you as my sister since I was young and will always see you as the closest person in this life, time can always change many things. Time can always change many things. After being with His Majesty for so long, I could feel that he treated me differently than his other sons. Particularly these few years, the Emperor has changed too much." He suddenly smiled. His smile was slightly cute. "Tell me, if the Emperor had killed my mother back then, what would I have done?" Fan Ruoro's heart jumped. Her hands unconsciously tightened and squeezed out the last few drops of water from the handkerchief. "The brother who voted for 600 new tickets in the year of Qingyu, I'm crying. I watched with my own eyes as so much money floated away from my eyes. It is so painful that I wish I were dead. A lazy person like me with nothing to do really can't do it. I can only drool, especially these few days. However, I still have to sincerely say thank you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.